30. So if are we off? Okay, I'll call the meeting to order. I'll look for my clerk for attendance.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the July 9th Committee of the Whole meeting. I'm Jennifer Connor, Clerk of Ramara Township. I'll begin with roll call of council. Mayor Clark.
Present.
Deputy Mayor Bell.
Present.
Councillor Snatch.
Present.
Councillor Fisher.
Present.
Councillor Tuyu. Present. Councillor Goff.
Present.
And Councillor Bell.
Present.
Thank you.
This meeting is being streamed live on the Township of Ramara YouTube channel. Be advised that by attending a public meeting of the Committee of the Whole of the Township of Ramara, you are consenting to your image, voice, and comments being recorded, and they will form part of the recording. The chair, CAO, and/or clerk have the discretion and authority to terminate or interrupt the live streaming in exceptional circumstances where the content of debate is considered inappropriate to be published. Attendees are advised that they may be subject to legal action if their actions result in inappropriate behavior and/or comments.
Okay, thank you. I'll ask for disclosure of hearing interest. Any member of council?
Yeah.
Deputy Mayor.
4.1.
4.1. Okay. Any others? Not seeing any. If you find yourself in that
Sorry, do I have
situation.
the right to ask why?
Yes.
I do business with this company.
All right. So what I'm going to do, Waleed, I saw you come in, Waleed. We're going to jump right to planning now because I know you've got an OLT hearing that you have to be at. So we didn't have any deputations, so we will jump right down to the planning chair. Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Mayor. There are 4 items on the agenda today. Item 5.1 is 2023 Annual Building Department Report, BP 2424. The recommendation is that BP report BP 2424 be received as information. Can I have somebody put that on the floor, please? Thank you. Councillor Goff and Councillor Tuyu. Was there any questions or did you want to have Waleed speak? Pretty straightforward. Okay, all in favor? That is carried. Item 5.2 is the pre-consultation bylaw update and site plan control bylaw update. The recommendation is that council receive report BP 2624 dated July 8th, 2024 regarding the updates to the site plan control bylaw and pre-consultation bylaw, and that the draft bylaws be forwarded to the July 22nd, 2024 council meeting for consideration. Can I have somebody put that on the floor, please? Thank you, Councillor Bell and Deputy Mayor Bell. Is there any comments or discussion? Mayor?
So looking at this, a lot of this is in the new provincial policy, is it not? A lot of the updates that you've put in here.
That is correct. They're undoing some of the changes we did in the previous change to meet the changes
new
we made.
standard.
Yes,
Yes,
correct. Yes.
that's what I thought.
Any further questions or discussion? All in favor? Carried. Item 5.3, adjustment to building fee schedule A of bylaw 2023.22. The recommendation is that report BP 2025-24 be received and a statutory public meeting be scheduled for August 12th, 2024. Can I have somebody put that on the floor, please? Thank you, Mayor. Seconded by Councillor Goff. Any questions or discussion? Mayor?
How are you finding, like, when it comes to small things, decks and sheds, are you catching a lot of people working without permits? Because that's one of the ones that we always stumble over when you make the permit too expensive. People try and do it on the side.
We're not finding as many buildings without permits. We've been proactively looking. But over the last couple of years, we've managed to make the process simpler and easier for people. So they are coming in. We haven't changed any of the actual fees for any of the buildings. What we've done is we've refined a few things that we noticed we haven't captured fees for. For example, registering orders on titles or things like that where we have to go to the lawyers. We weren't capturing those fees, but we've left all the other fees intact. One of the other reports that we have there is the performance of the building department, and we're 98% funded now. And I believe that that's mostly due to the economical climate. Once we pick up, we hope to be in a surplus position when the economy picks up. So we just refine the schedule just to keep it in tune with what's happening.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, all in favor? Carried. And last item on the agenda is item 5.4, proposed planning fee schedule A of bylaw 2020-15. And the recommendation is that the draft fee schedule be received and presented at the public meeting on August 12th, 2024. Can I have somebody put that on the floor, please? Councillor Bell and Councillor Goff. Any questions or comments, discussion? All in favor? Carried.
Sorry, one
Oh, sorry.
Was this changed from the last time this was brought to council in any way?
The fee schedule,
Yeah,
significantly, yes.
but this one we already discussed it in a previous committee of the whole.
No, this is the first time this is coming. Since 2020, I believe, unless there was like inflationary updates or something, but the fee schedule is significantly different. So I can explain this a little bit further. Our planning department was based on consultants that were billed out to the applicants. What we've done is we've moved a lot of the work in-house. So our fees were low fees, high deposits, and we were drawing on these deposits to pay the consultants on behalf, like our peer reviewers, on behalf of the applicant. What we've done now to try to speed things up is we brought the work in-house. We've cut out the consultants. Our rates are lower than the consultant rate, and our ability to deal with other staff members within the department and directly with council make us a little bit more agile in our planning. So now we've got higher fees with lower deposits because the expectation is that there'll be very little peer review. So that's why the numbers have changed, and we've captured all the things that we do now in-house and added some fees to charge for that.
Did you send this to me before?
Yes.
Okay, that's why I've seen it before. Thank you. Okay.
Okay. Is there any unfinished? Oh,
All
sorry.
right. So has anything changed since you sent this to me last time?
Yes. There was just a few minor changes in the pricing, but very, very minor. And we've lowered some of the deposits. We thought we'd left the deposits the same, but we reduced the deposits because we don't expect to draw on them. But no additional fees were added. I think we added a few. One went up from 2,000 to 2,500 and one went up from 1,500 to 1,750, and that's it.
And this is the same report where last time you showed what the competing municipalities were charging in this area?
The last report that had that would have been the building fees report that had comparisons.
All right, I got it. Thanks.
Is there any new or unfinished business? Seeing none, I'll pass it back to you.
Oh, we did
sorry.
vote on that one? Yes.
Yeah, we did.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Waleed.
Thank you,
I hope the
Waleed.
hearing goes as well.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Did you want to know what the hearing was? What's the OLT hearing? If that's public, so.
Yeah, it's just, it's regarding like the address of the property or?
Yeah.
Or it's regarding, somebody was trying to sever off several properties from a property in Brecken. And the property's not on servicing and there's
Oh, I
no
know
water.
one.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. We remember that. We turned it down here.
Yeah.
Okay. Good luck with that one. Okay. So we'll go back to the start of our agenda, and that is environmental services. Councillor Toogood.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There are 8 items on the agenda today. 4.1, NRK site alteration. Fill permit for 7477 Concession Road, BC. ID 4224, fill agreement, NRK Holdings, Inc. Recommendation that council receive report ID 4224 and that council enter into a fill permit agreement for the importation of clean fill for the purposes of building a berm on the property to mitigate impacts from the existing quarry and future permitted works on the site. Can somebody please put this on the floor? Councillor Goff, Councillor Fisher. Before opening it up for questions and discussion, Josh, would you like to speak to the report?
Yeah, no problem. So we did bring this prior to a council meeting. It was deferred for more information to a committee of the whole. So I've done a quick report with the fill permit application that explains the size of the berms, how much material is coming in, the amount of trucks coming in. One of the questions that was brought up during the council meeting was the securities on the property and if it was sufficient. We did revisit the securities and they were increased. So originally it was $3,000 letter of credit, or sorry, a $10,000. Sorry, I'm getting confused here. So originally it was a $3,000 letter of credit. That was up to $10,000. And then there was an irrevocable letter of credit for the amount of $5,000. That was up to $50,000. That way, if there is any issues on the site, we could go back on those deposits to do some remediation if required. Those amounts do reflect the same amounts of the NRK sites that already has been approved. I don't know if there's any other questions from council on this. We do have Matthew, I might get your last name wrong, sorry, Cicinelli, from ESS here as well, if there's any specific questions for the site itself, so.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
I guess I'll start. This was an existing quarry. So how long ago was it licensed? Because we only built B and C about 20 years ago, the actual road as a haul route. So in the last 20 years, again, nothing to do with the new owners, the original licensing?
Yeah, so the original licensing was on the property. It was part of that haul route and the build of the road. The site is included with the agreement for maintenance of the road. The exact date, I don't have off the top of my head. I apologize.
But then berms would have been required on a quarry at that time. So I guess my question is, why weren't the berms already built? This quarry's been in operation for years.
So the berms, yes, they would have been a requirement, but it would have been the ministry that does the inspections. It's not the municipality that oversees the aggregate licenses. It's the ministry. So it's not part of our inspections to ensure that they're there.
Because that's something I'm starting to concern me, because, you know, we all went through the Fowler hearing, and of course there was no proper berms around that quarry. And these quarries are operating, and nobody seems to be making sure that berms are in place. That's the block, the noise that bothers the neighbors. That's the whole reason why they're supposed to be berms. And it seems like we have a lot of them operating without their berms that were required. Is that not part of their site plan approval? Can we not hold the quarry accountable? Again, nothing to do with this application, but can we not hold quarries accountable to their site plan prior to their license being issued?
Yeah, it should be possible for sure. We'd have to verify what the responsibilities of ourselves are, as well as what the ministry is and what we have authorities over and what we don't. So we can look into that for sure.
Yeah, because all honesty, these guys shouldn't have had to build the berm. It should have already been there.
Yeah.
That's the issue I have. All right. Now, is this sorry, one more, is this an alteration from the original site plan where the berms were supposed to be? I think they're actually.
Yeah, so this is just outside of the aggregate licensed area.
Yeah.
So the berms will be similar to what's across the road.
Yeah.
It'll be up along the edge of the road.
Yeah.
To further protect the site. So.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Councillor Snutch.
My recollection of the last time this was here was that we decided that there were way too many questions and that NRK would come in and do a deputation to council. And therefore I would like council to stick to that and have somebody come in from NRK to answer these questions. There's just way too many things, in my opinion, that just don't add up. And it just, to me, just comes to the point where this is somebody's figured out how to get around all the rules that we have in place in order to dump 300,000 tons or metric tons or whatever it is here from crap soil in the city into our fields in the township. And I'm not voting for this until I'm absolutely clear that we're not going to have any problems. And even the amounts that you suggested, the 50,000, that's totally unreasonable. If we have a problem with this is millions of dollars. And so I would like us to go back to what council already approved and them come in and do a deputation and have us understand. I'd like to see a trial balance that shows if we're going to collect $5 or $9 a ton. Am I on the right schedule here? Or is that, I got the other one mixed up? Is there a tonnage fee here?
Yeah, I believe it's 25 cents per ton, which works out to about $5 an hour.
Okay, so I'd like to see where that money comes in, how that money is spent to enforce this, and what controls we have to shut this completely down if there's violations. Because we know if there's contaminated soil, how do you make contaminated soil not contaminated? You just take it back to where it was before, empty out half the truck, fill it up with other stuff. So you've diluted it by 50% and now it passed the test. So this thing just smells to me.
So even within our fill bylaw, there is certain requirements for the fill that's being brought in. So the loads do have to be tested upon any request from the township, from the ministry. All that documentation has to be shown, has to be proven in the event that it is contaminated. 9 times out of 10, it's on the importer to remediate the material.
But we just went through this on another one, and this township had no reports. You requested the reports, got the reports. There was very little testing. Not every single truck was tested. It's a random sample. I'm really concerned about a project like this. I think people are acquiring these quarries that don't have berms in order to figure out a place to dump soil. And I'd like a deputation, like we agreed in the beginning, to have somebody come in from NRK and explain their side of the story on why all of a sudden they're bringing, how many truckloads does this work out to? I keep getting it mixed up with the other one, which was 316,000 truckloads.
So it's about 300,000 metric tons. Each truck is about 20 metric ton.
Okay, so how many truckloads that? 60,000? No.
No, it'll be more than that. So about 15,000 loads.
Okay.
Right.
There's many places to dump soil between here and Toronto rather than bring it all the way up to Ramara Township. There's a reason that they're doing it here, and it's because they figured out a way. Because if they came and asked us to get permission to have a bulk or whatever you want to call it, a fill agreement from us, they wouldn't get it. But now they found a way to go outside of us and have it fall under the Aggregate Act. I don't even know if they plan on taking a rock out of that quarry. Anyways, I'd like this to be deferred, like we agreed before, for them to come in and do a deputation so we can get some numbers and try to have some faith that whatever in this project, and I don't see that at this point. So I would like to defer it.
That's a great point, Councillor Snudge. All of Ramara Township is over a highly vulnerable aquifer, and we can't risk contaminating that if there's any chance of that, in my opinion. Go ahead, Councillor Goff.
Sorry, Councillor Snudge, my recollection, we didn't ask for them to come in and do a deputation. The reason this is here now is because in the bylaw, we had the other company's name in there several times, and it was to clean this up and have it done professionally so that, right, that people have purchased the
Well, we go back to
quarry.
the tape, so definitely for him to come in. The mayor specifically said, I am sure that, you know, we would come in and do a deputation. Therefore, there we go. Anyways, that's.
Sorry, go ahead, Mr.
I believe, and they're getting a deputation next council meeting, are we not? Matt's coming in.
Yeah, so ESS will be in the next council meeting. It was more on the transfer site for the other NRK site rather than this, but I don't know if you want to do both, or do you want Matt to speak to it quickly now?
I thought,
Well,
yeah,
I'm
I
not-
thought the
I wanted to
deputation
see a
was,
full deputation so I could have a whole bunch of questions and make notes. I don't know if I'm.
but I believe the deputation was on the essential site. The one across the road is why we're getting the deputation. This is just a flagstone quarry that is purchased that doesn't have the berms. They were two separate, because they have an application coming in for their actual NRK Soils Essential site, and that's what the deputation was going to be on. I'm just remembering that now, not this particular site. But Matt, with council's permission, I would ask Matt to come up, but Madam, you're the chair.
Yeah, no, if he's here, I mean, better to direct our questions to him than to Josh. But yeah, do we want to just finish this round of questions first? Go ahead, Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. And from what I understand too, and I might be misunderstanding, so maybe if you are permitting Matt to come up and speak about it, perhaps he can speak to this. The site that this is there is an existing license on it, and this would bring them into compliance. From what I recall from meeting, and you were there, Mayor, and Councillor Goff, when we met on site that day. From my recollection was the previous owners of that site And I'm very familiar with that previous site. There was a lot of challenges and a lot of non-compliance issues, including the berms falling into the neighboring properties, and there was a safety concern. So this is to bring this site into compliance and actually make it a safer place to be. So.
Okay. I have a question. Do we know how Rama First Nation feels about this? And is this something that would require consultation, either official or unofficial?
To the best of my knowledge, I don't believe there would be consultation with, because it's our fill bylaw that's being administered. I don't believe there'd be consultation required.
But isn't staff also working on another report to try to stop all this type of stuff from happening? From having
Yes.
people come in, and whether they call it a gun range and dump thousands of truckloads under the disguise of building berms for a gun range, or where it's under the disguise of operating a quarry that hasn't operated, that's been in whatever you call it, default of the Aggregates Act. I don't even know how they allowed him to sell a quarry without it being up to standards.
So we are working on a report under the direction of council, but the issue is the soil remediation sites are being pushed forward by the province of Ontario. So to prohibit them in our township would be against the direction of the province. So we're trying to figure out how that all works.
Go ahead, Mayor
I
Clark.
guess my next question is, because I know when we pass the soil bylaw, we can put it on quarries. If we were to deny it and say, no, you can't bring in soil to build berms, what would the M&R do? Because the berms are required. Like that,
The M&R essentially would order the berms to be put in at that point.
that's what I thought. And in our bylaw would now be exempt. We wouldn't get the $7 a load or 7 cents. We wouldn't get any of our funding. That's the issue. As long as everybody plays nice, we get money for the soil coming in. If it's ordered on us, we wouldn't get the money for the soil coming in at all. It would just be an order that they're to build their berms, correct?
Yeah, correct. The reasoning, there's fees associated with importing fill. All the haul route agreements that we have for the site is the exportation of material from the quarries. So if there was no agreement to import the fill, there'd be that added stress put on the roads that we wouldn't get any essential benefit from to maintain the roads. The road is built the same direction in versus direction out, but it's letting us bring in some revenue to be able to maintain those roads in the future.
And how much revenue is left over after we collect the fees and put down all of our expenses, or have we not gotten that far yet?
So we already do have that agreement with ESS. I believe we average about $5,000 a month in fees. We haven't done a whole lot of inspections. We've requested some of the reports just to verify as we go. But we haven't been to site to administer any inspections at this point. The ministry mostly takes that on, and they have compliance ratings with the ministry that have been in very good standing. So.
Thanks, Josh. I don't think anybody's arguing against putting in berms. I think it's just the source of the soil that's problematic, i.e. that, that maybe shouldn't come from contaminated soil remediation site. Go ahead, Councillor Bell.
Thank you. I guess my question is probably for you, Josh. Are you aware of any infractions on the part of the applicant? Because the language we're using right now is somewhat accusatory, and I'm not understanding why we're making that leap to accusatory language.
I'm not aware of any infractions. They've gotten high rankings from the ministry on compliance ratings. And ESS has worked extremely well with the township. If any concerns did come up, whether it be dust or dirt or whatever being tracked onto the road, it's dealt with in a timely manner. Depending on the year, it makes it difficult, but it's always dealt with extremely quickly, extremely well. So there's no infractions that I'm aware of.
So this same company is allowed to bring in contaminated soil into this township on a regular basis, correct? Because they take it to their place where they clean it.
Yes, correct.
And then we have to determine which trucks are going to build the berms and which trucks are actually going to be cleaned. So you can almost see a guy standing there saying, you're contaminated, you're going over there. You're not contaminated, you're going to the berm site. I don't think we have the ability to control this at all.
I honestly don't think it's run that way. It'd be separate trucks that go to separate sites. With contaminated fill, there is a lot more stringent requirements on it. And there's the legislation, you have to track where that truck came from and where it dumped. So even if there was a load that for some reason went to the incorrect site, it would have to put on that bill of lading where it dumped.
And just to go with Councillor Bell's comment, I have heard, and we are waiting, another councillor and I are waiting to find out information on an incident. And as soon as that we get some facts, I'll disclose that whatever which way. So I'm working on that.
Further to that point, I don't think anybody's intending to be remotely accusatory. I think as far as what we know and what we've heard, and we're just trying to reflect the concerns of residents who's brought this to our attention. Any other questions? Go ahead, Mayor Clark.
No, I'm fine with this application because I know what it's for. My concern is how many more of these quarries do we have operating illegally that aren't following their site plan? So mine's the opposite. I want to, whether we put a staff on it to find out how many quarries we have in this township that have not met their obligations by putting up berms and securing the site, fencing it, all the things that were required under their license. And we need to get M&R to actually act on these sites and start watching over them properly.
What, and bring in more, Phil?
Hey, if they're required to have a berm, they're required to have a berm, and it's in place so that the beepers and the noise of the machinery doesn't bother the neighbors. That's
Right.
why the berms are there.
But we'd be okay with the berms if they built it with soil from this township. The problem is they're going to get the soil from building a subway in Toronto or a gas station. And that, I mean, I don't know where does this soil come from? Where are they bringing it from? Why are they not getting it locally?
This is a great question, actually. Mayor Clark, you had brought up the Fowler Quarry earlier. I know that berms, building berms is within their site plans, and they're just sort of getting ready to roll. They've set up their community liaison committee. So that's a good question to maybe ask them for their first meeting, is where exactly is the berm soil going to come from for that quarry, just for our own curiosity. Mayor Clark.
In most cases, the berms were supposed to be built before the first stone left the site. That's so a lot of the berm material comes from the site themselves as they're bulldozing, and clearing the area. Again, we've got all these ones that didn't bother doing that. They shoved dirt out of the way and just started mining. And that's not the way it's supposed to be. If we don't hold them accountable during operation, how do you hold them accountable when they're supposed to restore the site at the end? That's my biggest concern. All right.
I don't know. We have enough votes here to defer this or not?
Okay, well, if there are no further questions, did you want to vote that council receive report ID?
Counselor to you. CAO has.
Oh, sorry about that.
Before you call the question, Madam Chair, just Mr. Kavanaugh, is there an opportunity, certainly the discussion circled around and follow up with the approval agency, not solely you and your staff, but also the agency of one of the ministries that provides that approval. Is there an opportunity for you to be able to, prior to the 22nd, a subsequent meeting, be able to advise council of discussions with the ministry? Certainly this is not going to be deferred based on the discussion of council, but an opportunity just for some additional information from the approval agency.
Yep. Yeah, we can set up a meeting with the ministry to get inspection results for all the quarries, what may be deficient, what may not be deficient, what's outstanding, we can do a quick report with that.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Snutch.
I mean, even if you do the math, so how many trucks did we say was going to come in?
About 15,000.
15,000 trucks. And what do we pay as consumers for a truckload of good fill these days? $1,000?
Depends where you buy it from. You can get anywhere $100 up to $2,000, $3,000, $4,000.
Okay, so let's say $500, and this is coming up from the city. It's probably going to cost them $1,000. Okay, so does it make sense that they're going to multiply that out? Is that, sorry, it's, this is why I sort of wanted the deputation, but you got 60,000 trucks. Let's do $1,000 to make it easy. Is that 60 million or 6 million? Sounds like 60 million to me.
Sorry.
I'd have to do it. Why would anyone pay that type of money to get limestone out of a quarry? There's no way they can make money unless they're getting the fill for free. So if they're getting the fill for free, seems to me that somebody wants to get rid of that fill. So I don't know if the numbers don't make any sense to me and why someone would spend that much money to build berms around an abandoned, is it abandoned? Is it shut down? It's working now. Okay. But if you probably look at the revenue that's coming out of that quarry, the money here to me is in the berms, not in the selling the rocks. But
Yeah, I'm not sure what agreements there are. Typically when fill comes in, there is an exportation of material at the same time. So there is a benefit to that truck coming up. I know with the NRK site, or sorry, ESS site already, there is importation of fill. And then the truck, whether it takes fill from that quarry or goes to another quarry down the street, it's the costs kind of balance out with it. So even within our site fill agreement, there is requirements under the Ontario regulations for the material to be clean.
and if it was contaminated, do you think the $50,000 is going to help us clean it up?
100%, probably not, but part of the responsibility is on the operators of the sites as well.
Councillor Snutch, is this something you'd want to speak directly to, is it Mr. Cicinelli about now?
It's your,
Yeah, go ahead if you want to come up to the microphone and speak to that.
I guess if you just want to deal in general terms, try to disprove anything that's made me and all the people in this township think that this is not good for our township.
Yeah. Sorry. Just to correct, it's Matthew Sinelli. Sorry, Councilor. So your question is, can you repeat your question for me for a second?
My question is, I believe that the priority here is to build the berms rather than mine the quarry. And I'd like you to prove to me that you're really trying to mine the quarry than build the berms.
Sure. Great question. So we are actively mining the quarry, and prior to our purchasing of the quarry was non-compliant with the MNRF for various reasons of the dust and noise and other over extraction areas. So our intent, again, it's the level of excellence. What we've done well on the across the street on the other side was build the berms, mitigate the noise, mitigate the dust, and mitigate all that construction on the inside of that gate. So the intent is to first be in compliance and build those berms to continue mining. And further to your question, it's more of economies of scale as far as mining and extracting the rock, and then the importation of clean fill. We're talking about clean fill, not contaminated. Clean fill table meets 2.1 soil standards. It's already been tested on site. So prior to acceptance of site, we already know it's clean fill coming in, which is coming around local areas, Barrie, Aurelia. Most municipalities are going to ship it locally rather than pull it from the city. The economies of scale we're not going to take clean fill from the city. It just doesn't work. The economies aren't there. Now, the intent is to reduce that carbon footprint. So someone's going to come up, dispose of that clean fill into the berm, load up that truck, and backhaul that material, reducing the carbon footprint and the impact to the environment. Does that give you some more clarity on your question?
I don't know if I'm allowed to ask how much it's going to cost you to build the berm.
I haven't done it yet. I don't have those metrics.
Are there any more questions for Mr. Sinelli? No? Oh, go ahead, Councillor Bell.
Not a question really, but I suppose to Councillor Snutch's line of questioning, I think it's important to point out that ESS was just awarded with the Best Green Excellence Award from the Vaughan Chamber. So I believe that their practices are known to be beyond what's required.
Thank you. Okay, if there are no other questions, and if you don't have anything that you need to say right now, then I guess you're free to sit down. But if you have something more to say, please go ahead.
No, that's all for now, but just further your comment on deputation, it is scheduled for the July 22nd, so I will be back in here and, really available to answer any further questions at that point. I'll have a presentation and prepare it for.
So why would we do the presentation after we've approved this?
Because it's a different matter. This is for the berms on the newly purchased. The deputation is on a transfer site. Going forward, it's a different matter.
Okay, so if that's all the questions, then do you want to vote now on,
I like a recorded vote, please.
You will get a separate report when it goes to county and we'll have it then. Yep.
all right, so that council received report ID 4224 and that council enter into a fill permit agreement for the importation of clean fill for the purposes of building a berm on the property to mitigate impacts from the existing quarry and future permitted works on the site. All in favor? That passed. Okay. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, and I apologize. Are we breaking for lunch today? I'm gonna have to make a phone call. Looks like I'm gonna have to interview with CTV at some point today.
Yes,
over
we
here.
are, your worship.
All right, I've got to make a phone call. I apologize. I gotta.
Oh, that's okay. Are we waiting for you? Like taking? Okay, all right. So, right. Okay, perfect. So item 4.2, Phragmites, ID 4124, recommendation that council receive report ID 4124 as information. Can somebody please put this on the floor? Councillor Goff, Councillor Fisher. Thank you. Before opening up for questions and discussion, Josh, again, would you like to speak to the report?
No, I think the report's self-explanatory. So we looked at basically the means of Phragmites and the treatment procedures you could use to eradicate Phragmites in the area. With Phragmites, it's everybody needs to work together. It's not something just one person can deal with. The issue that we have is we're only able to work within our properties or the road allowance. We need buy-in from the public as well as the ministry, as well as the county. Together, everybody together, together with everybody working together, you can work through the problem of the Phragmites expanding, but if only as one individual, we can only work within the areas we can have the right to work on, so.
I get it. And thanks, Josh. While it's disappointing that we haven't heard from our Niagara on the Lake counterparts, despite being told that they were looking forward to sharing information with us, I'm hopeful that we can, in fact, figure this out on our own based on your substantive research in this report and with any supports from the Invasive Species Center. Does anybody have any questions about the report? Go ahead, Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. It says in your report that we have yet to hear about the funding. Do you know when you expect to hear about funding for removal when that tender closes?
No, they didn't outline when they would notify. I'm surprised we haven't heard yet. But hopefully soon. And once we hear, I'll let council know for sure.
Okay, and then
Yeah, no, and that's great. That was a question I had that we did in fact apply. Thanks, Ashley. Go ahead.
And then secondly, because we haven't secured funding, I know Josh, you and I had spoke about this yesterday. But although we haven't secured the funding yet, and we are creating this online reporting tool, I think it's important to note, because you'd made it clear to me, just to start monitoring and tracking so that we can know how big of a challenge this is gonna pose to us, not just on our municipal property, but how we can maybe put out some other communication to other agencies and community members on how to mitigate, because it's one thing to cut, but if it's not cut on the other side of the fence, it's still gonna cause problems.
Yeah, so the idea of the online report of concern basically is gonna be to allow us to track where the Phragmites is and where it's expanding to. That way, if we do secure funding in the future, it could be strategically allocated to those areas where we are seeing the spread, to be able to control it at that point, so.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Bell.
Thank you. Josh, I know the Niagara board hasn't come back to you, but there's the Phragmites working group at Lake Bernard. Did you reach out to them by chance?
No, but I was on their website, so I believe it was their website I was looking at. There was a lot of information there, so.
Yeah, they do, and they have a lot of signage and a lot of, there's a lot of material there. And I listened in on one of the Invasive Species Council meetings where they attended, and they seem to have the most experience out of all of the people who presented throughout the course of that 1 hour. So yeah, that's great if you reach out to them. And I also have a follow-up, if I might, Chair. I just want to be clear, this does not impact though on the Lagoon City Parks and Waterways Commission beach rehabilitation, under which we also were looking. This is going to be a separate, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, it was through the same fund, but there was two separate items through it. Yeah.
Okay, I've got a couple of questions. Does ditching that you had mentioned in your report, does that work typically result in water covering the surface of the roadside flora, i.e. Phragmites? And is the plant debris removed from site during ditching?
So when we do the ditching, we're essentially only doing the work to promote positive drainage in the area. Depending on the area and how wet it is, it may flood the root system. It may not. But any ditching material that is removed from the site, so.
Okay, that's good to know, because I know the seed heads are pretty much nuclear. And my other question is, well, I'm not a big proponent of herbicide use. I know that sometimes the township has no other choice but to use it on toxic plants such as poison ivy, and I think even Roundup is typically used in that scenario. For the two herbicides that are listed in the report, I did some research and appears that imazapyr is statistically superior and less harmful to wildlife than the glyphosate, the second herbicide. In the report, it seems that herbicide is the most common and most effective in Phragmites management when combined with a comprehensive integrated management approach. So Josh, would it be reasonable, especially given our limited budget and manpower, to fight the best way we can, both mechanically through the ditching work and with the targeted herbicide, imazapyr application, with backpack or boom application? And how would this work at the sides of county or provincial roadways? Would they do it if we requested it?
I'm not sure if county or MTO would if we request. They'd have to make a budget item for it to be able to do the work within their road allowances. We can look at using herbicides within our road allowances if required. We did this year, our first year, we did get an exterminator license with the township for the use of herbicides along roadside, mostly in areas of guardrail, stuff like that, where we can't get the mowers in easily to be able to spray to mitigate some of the growth that causes safety concerns. So we would be licensed for both of those products. It'd just be the equipment, the boom sprayers, whatnot, to be able to spray if that's the way we go. So.
Okay, maybe that's the kind of thing we can look into once we find out for sure about the funding situation. Hopefully that's soon to coincide with the best times to deal with fragment management. Any other questions? No? Okay, so let's vote that council receive report ID 4124 as information. All in favor? That's carried. Item 4.3. Can I go? Okay. Item 4.3, Bayshore Village Sewage Works Effluent Hauling. Recommendation that report ID 3324 regarding hauling effluent from the Bayshore Village sewage works be received as information. Can somebody please put this on the floor? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Bell and Councillor Fisher. Thank you. Before opening up for questions and discussion, Josh, again, would you like to speak to the report? Sorry.
No, no worries. So we just wanted to bring a report early in the year. I know we discussed it last year when we hauled material. That there would be a possibility of a chance of having to haul again this year and possibly again next year until we have the solution in place for the system at Bayshore Village. So we have been proactively working on this with Aqua to gauge how much material we may need to haul. And also trying to set up meetings with potential contractors to see if there's ways we can mitigate some of the costs, whether it be putting loading arms in at the site, putting in driveways to get the trucks off the road, or even looking at different areas within the road network there to see if we could mitigate the size of the closure, because that was one of the concerns last year. So this is just a heads up that we're most likely going to have to haul. We're still trying to refine exactly how much we have to haul, but it's estimated right now about 90,000 cubic meters, which works out to about $1.5 million this year. So.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Josh? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
So how many loads is that considered, Josh? Approximately. Are you running 10?
Yeah, I don't know. So Aqua's here as well. Each tanker is about 43 cubic meters. Yeah, 1,200 cubic meters per day. I know last year it was on average between 4 and 7 trucks running, and I think it was four hauls per day. Yeah, so anywhere between 30-40 loads per day.
So this isn't a possibility for us to look at buying our own equipment to maintain that at that level of service. I mean, the 4 trucks is different than having one truck be able to maintain it.
Yeah, so essentially we did quickly look into it because there was discussions with it. To buy a truck, the tractor alone, you're about $250,000 plus the tanker, plus the certifications, plus the operator, insurance, all that kind of stuff. You'd maybe be able to haul 4 loads a day at 40 cubic meters for 160 cubic meters per day. We typically bring in around 300 cubic meters to the site daily. So essentially, just to keep up with what's being brought into the site, we'd need 2 trucks running full-time steady, bringing material. The benefit with having contractors, if something breaks down, we're not down. So we were looking at those costs to see if it would be beneficial to get our own. Getting our own, again, we'd have to look at putting in a pump system to be able to pump it, where right now it's all on the contractor to bring it in. But we are looking at options if it does reduce that overall cost, because we know it's going to be this year and possibly next year, most likely next year, if we can outweigh those cost differences to make it beneficial.
Yeah, because those assets are worth quite a value at the end of the term. If it's 2 years, that equipment is going to be worth quite a bit of money at the end still. So we'd recoup that money that we put out. My thought is that you can start earlier in the year. You don't have to wait until we can no longer spray in the fields. You can actually start earlier, right? If it has our own truck, we could run it 7 days a week. We could run multiple shifts. There's a lot of different things we could do to be creative. I'm just wondering if we do get to that point of looking back into that, we should be looking at all of those things and just to see what the cost difference would be for sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's an awful lot of extra effluent. Just on that subject, the last time we discussed the I&I, you had explained how much of this unaccounted for outflow was affecting the levels of the lagoons. Were you ever able to make any headway in inspecting those last 12 or 13 properties that were not providing access for inspection? Were any charges laid and outflow prevented? Given the high costs of effluent haulage that all wastewater users have to pay for, it's not fair that these careless actions are affecting everybody else financially.
So yeah, we have been working through them. pretty well every property except one has granted access. And some of them haven't granted access, but you can see the sump pump outflow on the side of the house coming to the side swales. Nick, maybe I'll speak to the flows, but our flows still are quite a ways down from when we initially started looking at the I&I issues. The repairs did make a big difference that we did. Even though they're small repairs, it added up to make a big difference. Before, I believe we were looking 600-700 cubic meters per day. I believe now we're in around 200-300 cubic meters per day and flow into the ponds. So we haven't laid any charges or anything like that at this point. It is something we're still working through, so.
Okay, and what about that every drop matters type of educational piece that we had discussed, like a flyer distributed to Bayshore residents to serve as an educational infographic type of thing to demonstrate how tenuous the situation is? Have we made any headway with that?
Yes, we all are also are still working on the report for a possible program to reduce water use with aerators, with the shower heads. We're just trying to figure out how to roll it out. I know provincially, there's some programs out there, but with it being local, we're trying to figure out, did receipts come to us and reimburse, or how we want to make that work, so.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions? Go ahead, Mayor Clark.
Sorry if I had to step out. So what's the cost compared to hauling this compared to when we're hauling sludge? Do we pay the same amount for sludge cheaper because it's a product that has a use? Oh,
The sludge hauling is a little bit more expensive than this.
it's even more expensive because my option was, well, we empty cell B and then have at least go on somebody's fields because there is licensed areas around. But it's more money to haul it than it is to haul the.
Yeah, the tendering process, there's different economies of scale as well. We're only doing about 1,200 cubic meters of sludge per year as opposed to potentially 90,000 cubic meters of effluent. So
all right,
that could factor into it as well.
Yeah, and there's no way the M&R would give us permission, I guess, back to Josh or to temporarily spray on the new site. That was something we were going to look.
So we are still working on that, but because of how wet this year has been, we still have to do the archaeological dig on that site. Every time I get the field ready, it's been too wet, or the field hasn't been essentially pristine for the archaeological company to come in and do the work. So until we have the archaeological completed, and then we have to reseed that site to get it to a point that could accept material. We are still working with the ministry to try and get permissions to spray on that new site, but we haven't got anything yet, so.
All right.
Go ahead, Councillor Snudge.
So I don't have my dates 100%, but I believe a year ago, we still had not been notified that we had to haul to Lagoon City. Is that about correct? Does anybody know what the date was that we got notified? And most of that hauling was done in the fall. Okay. So how much assurance can you give us that this $1.5 million expense is not going to turn into a $2.5 million expense? Because a year ago, I hadn't even heard about us having to maybe have to take stuff to Lagoon City. So, and I was very shocked to read that we're going to have to spend another 1.5 this year. So where's our confidence level here on these numbers? I know it can't be accurate, but I'm just saying.
So they're estimates right now, based on the amount of effluent that's in the pond, and some forecasting for precipitation. But our forecasting for precipitation is based on historical value. We're supposed to get the remnants of the hurricane tonight for the next 2 days, and it's anywhere, depending what report you look at, it's 40 millimeters upwards of possibly 40 millimeters an hour. That's not normal for the area. So these are estimates of what we're going to have to haul. Last year, we hauled the minimum amount to hopefully be able to spray off this year. The remains of the ponds to get us to a state that we should be at in the fall.
Because I remember last year, well, I think I remember, it was supposed to be $350,000. And then very quickly it turned into $700,000. And now we got another $1.5 million. Maybe when did Aqua first, because they certainly didn't tell us, they may have told staff. But as I say, the first time I ever heard about it was, I think, about a year ago. When did Aqua first start thinking amongst themselves that they may have to haul? Do you know?
I'm not sure. Staff didn't find out till September.
Okay, so it's not even a whole year yet. Then it's been 9 months, and we've got a $2.2 million expense.
Yeah.
So how do we get from Aqua? Like, did they bring it to our attention as soon as they found out, or is this something that they've been thinking about for 3 years and never told us?
I don't know. I don't know. Nick, do you want to comment on that?
Thank you for the question. So through last year, the township actually had to provide updates to the ministry through the course of the year as part of the correspondence that was going back for the last couple of years with updates on spraying, pond levels, how things were going. So we discussed it quite a bit through the course of last year. The ministry updates were provided. Discussions began in August of last year about having to haul. And as Josh just mentioned, it's estimates based on what potentially is incoming, what the potential precipitation is, and how you will be able to spray through the course of the year. So you're very much estimating what you're going to be able to do. Preliminary estimates were around 25 to 30,000 cubic meters might get you to the level that we wanted to be at for the fall, but not accommodate for the rest of the year. So the initial recommendation was to haul the 55,000 that was eventually hauled at the end of the year. That was the initial estimate. Again, this year, the estimate was based on what the current level in the pond is, adjustments made by the ministry that were seen in the ministry inspection that came to council in the fall, and what the perceived precipitation is going to be. As everyone's aware, it's been very wet this year already. We haven't been able to spray very much at all. We're in significantly behind where we would like to be at this point in the year. So our estimates are about 90,000 cubic meters, assuming we could spray almost as much as we did last year. And it does not look like we will be anywhere near that this year. So it very potentially could be higher than this as well.
Okay, so basically what you're saying is that you first found out that you might have to haul or recommend to council we have to haul last August. Okay.
August is when we begun discussing that hauling was a very real potential towards the end of August. Yeah.
So let's go back from August to say June. What did Aqua think they were going to do in June with these ponds filling up?
Spray the effluent like every other year. So they're at the end of each season, the effluent levels in the pond can be very different. Some years they're very empty and you can see animals walking on the bottom of the ponds. And then other years there may be half a meter of effluent left still, and it kind of averages over year to year. How much you have to get rid of in any given year is greatly affected by the levels at the end of the previous year as well, for how full they are. For the last couple of years, the sprays haven't been great. We've had issues with weather, and the levels have been very full at the start of the year. So until you start spraying and you know how much you're going to spray, you can't really determine at the start of the year what you're going to have to do. There's been some Mays where we can spray almost every day, and then there's some Mays where it rains almost every day.
Thanks. Does anybody else have any questions for Nick? Go ahead, Councillor Fisher.
Thanks. I don't know if this is a Nick question or a Josh question, and I'm sure it'll change your estimated pricing a little bit. Your report talks about beginning taking in the fall. Is it worth maybe looking at taking like immediately, because I'm concerned about the impact this is going to have on the Lagoon City plant. So rather than really dilute all the processes that are going on over there all at once with all the materials coming in all at the same time, if it's a slower process, or is there minimal impact on that? Like, it's most likely going to be at a higher cost because it's spread out, but it's the same number of trucks over a longer period of time. I don't know who that question is from. I'm just kind of thinking out loud.
So there will be overtime costs for Aqua to operate the plant, just for the additional amount of effluent coming in. We'd almost need to have more trucks running just to be able to get ahead of it. We lucked out quite a bit last year with how late we had to haul and the weather that it didn't freeze up. We were starting to get into some issues later on when we were hauling of the lines freezing to the trucks. But even to try and do it as soon as we can, we still have to follow the procurement bylaw unless it's an emergency, which is kind of what we followed last year. With it being known, we want to follow the procurement bylaw to be able to do it properly. And I believe this year we're going to be administering the haulage to try to reduce some of the costs there as well. So this report was more information, a heads up that it's coming. We're starting to work on the tender and the concept, the idea with everything. And then once we have that, we'll put it out to tender. And then once we have it out to tender, then we'll bring it back to council and we'll know exactly how much it's going to cost at that point based on what we anticipate to have to haul for cubic meters.
Thanks. Go ahead, Councillor Bell.
Thank you. Sorry, Josh, to ask this question because I already know the answer. Councillor Snutch was using the terminology we, and under the current method of funding, the we actually means about 78% of this and all expenses related to Bayshore Village is charged to Brecon and Lagoon City, correct?
Yes.
Point of order, that's incorrect. We have one sewer charge, one sewer user. So the cost is charged to the sewer users.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
I think we need to revisit looking at the trucks. Josh, I'm just doing the numbers in my head for a 2-year period at the cost. So we're going to be over 1.5. We're going to be over 2 million this year. I think you needed to take a look at 2 trucks and the certification for that and to really take a strong, because we could start running those trucks by mid-August. We could have everything up and going. I was able to get things spec'd and get those approvals in place, and I had a company going in 6 weeks. I think we as a township could get those things happening, but I do think that we're going to be way ahead, especially selling the assets at the end of that 2 years than paying a contractor. And I bet you it's going to be for 2 years over 5 million.
Is this something that you'd want to amend the motion to include in the?
I'm just adding it to discussion. I just think it's something that needs to be considered.
Yeah, okay.
But I think the CAO is.
Right. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, if I could, just to follow up to Mr. LaRue's points from an operational perspective and Mr. Kavanaugh's information report. Mr. Kavanaugh and I reached out to Ms. Baker, the Aqua manager, that is the relationship point for Ramara. We are attempting to have a meeting to address both operational matters and the process matters associated with the effluent and the discharge. It was hoped that that would happen in the next couple of weeks, and as Mr. Kavanaugh indicated, an opportunity to then provide a more fulsome update back to council. I'm not certain that that will happen by the 22nd, but it is in the pipeline, pardon the pun.
Thank you. Yeah, maybe at that time in that report, maybe that's where the purchase of trucks can also be researched as an option. Go ahead, Mayor Clark.
Well, whether it's purchase or lease, whichever works out to be better. Is it worth setting up an emergency meeting? Never mind waiting to aim out with the Minister of Environment immediately, like next week. But the reality is, if we got the permission to spray on the new field, I mean, if it's anything like last summer, it rained all August. Like, I don't know what the weather is, but last year, usually you get that break in August when it's dry, harvest season. There wasn't one last year. Like, it rained every other day from about the 1st of June until the end of September. Like, you're gambling on the weather, and the long range is looking like it's going to stay the way it is it not? So I'm trying to see, would there be a benefit if we had that other spray field? It would certainly help on the few days that you could spray. Like, it's double the acreage of what we have now.
Certainly any additional land would be beneficial, but there's also a significant amount of equipment that would need to be either purchased or leased We did look into rental equipment last year and it wasn't very well received from any of the suppliers, just to the nature of what it would be spraying. But it would be significant setup in that field as well.
Go ahead, Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. And then I guess the concern is if we did get permissions to start spraying on that field, it would then just further delay the studies that are required on that property. And then we'd be further behind the 8 ball, I imagine. Because then we wouldn't be able to do the archaeological if it's now wet, right?
Yeah, we'd have to do the archaeological before we'd even start spraying. But yeah, like Nick said, we did have a contractor lined up last year to spray if we had permission. But again, it's that cost of, we got to to weigh it to see if it's beneficial or not.
Go ahead, Councillor Snatch. I am.
So I just want to clarify, how are you suggesting they would spray? The same way they would spray the sludge, or how they apply?
No,
sludge
you'd
to
be
it?
looking at like a spray cannon.
Yeah, so we were looking at a couple different options. You can use the big water cannons that you'd see like Beverly Turf that uses to water their fields there. You can use the big long boom sprayers that would just walk themselves across the field. The contractor that we did have pretty well lined up to come in was basically, he just dragged a cannon behind his tractor and sprayed it that way. You could also look at doing subterranean injection, but with that, you're limited on how much material you can inject into the soil. So
yeah, go ahead, Councillor.
I was going to say, I don't agree with trying to spray on that backfield. Because I believe most of us here don't want any more spray fields and using spray fields. I know it's going to help, Mr. Mayor, but I personally know the condition of that property, and there's not a chance I'd want to, even if the ministry gave us permission to do it. I know this is a necessary evil, and if Josh can find his ways to save money on this, would be greatly appreciated, whether it's leasing vehicles and putting our own people on it and running it 24/7 if need be. Maybe that's how we do it to save money. But it's, we know this has been coming. So I don't know why we're having so much discussion.
Yeah, no, it certainly looks like this is the option we're stuck with, but we don't need to like it, but this is what it's looking like it has to be. So did we want to go ahead and vote then if there are no further questions? All right, so that report ID 3324 regarding hauling effluent from the Bayshore Village sewage works be received as information. All in favor? That's carried. Yes. Yes.
I'm just want to make sure I'm clear where we leave this. Are we still looking into doing our own trucks? Is that what we said? We're going to.
yeah, I'll look into pricing. I'll bring a report back with pricing to purchase or lease what it's required.
Yeah, you might want to do a little calculation in there that shows, based on us taking this much, the 1.5 million, what happens if that turned into 3 million?
Mm-hmm.
And maybe at what point does it
Yeah.
become economical?
Yeah, and it's not just the trucks. It's depending how we do it. It's still the closure. It's maybe still a driveway. It's still the pumps to load the trucks. It's not just purchase a truck to haul it. There's a lot more to it. So we'll price it. We'll do a fulsome price and an analysis with it, and then we'll bring it back.
All right, thank you. All right, so on to item 4.4, mandatory connection bylaw. ID 3024, draft mandatory connection bylaw. Recommendation, that report ID 3024 regarding a mandatory connection bylaw be received as information, and that the draft mandatory connection bylaw attached to report ID 3024 be presented to council for consideration. Can somebody please put this on the floor? Councillor Goff, Deputy Mayor Bell. Thank you. Again, before opening it up for questions and discussion, Josh, would you like to break the report down for everybody?
So we just wanted to bring a report forward. I know we're looking at the Ramara Road corridor to put in a water and sewer solution there. There is a possibility of that solution expanding out to other areas, possibly Atherley, whatnot. So we just wanted to bring a report forward to get to council that we should have some sort of bylaw in place for mandatory connections moving forward. That way, if a solution for water sewer comes to an area, that there is a policy that could be followed for the connection to that water and sewer system.
Thanks, Josh. Does anybody have any questions on that? Go ahead, Mayor Clark.
I was just gonna say, we usually have the 2-year deadline, and that's the one that we've waived in the past of somebody only on sewers, never on water. You always had to hook up, but if somebody had put a fancy new sewage treatment system in, we've done extensions. I think when we did, what was the name of that road? I can never remember the name of the road outside of Bayshore. Southview, thank you. When we did Southview, I think we gave one into 5 years because they had a brand new treatment system. It was re-inspected and they were given a total of 10 years, but then they had to shut the system down. And so that's the part of the bylaw that usually gets amended if you're bringing in, it says 2 years, but we have in special cases for certain properties exempted that based on what they'd spent. And then they got, 10 years use out of their sewage system.
Go ahead, Councillor Snutch.
So where do we stand on lots that can't be built on? Like we were talking in the last meeting where they can't get a permit from Lake Simcoe Conservation Area. I think that was the case. So somebody's got a lot that they cannot build on. Do they have to pay this connection fee when it runs by their house? Or they have a lot across the street?
So that was one of the discussions from that meeting. If they could deem the lot was totally unbuildable at any point in time, we could look at waiving those fees, or the other option maybe merge those two properties on title. Then they'd get one connection for the two properties.
Right, I think the draft mandatory bylaw does make reference to getting a building permit. So any property that will apply for a building permit or has it for an existing building. So this bylaw wouldn't be applicable to lots that can't be built upon. I think in terms of the lakeshore, if there was a lot that can't be built on, we wouldn't put a service to that lot. However, all those lots right now, this would be more of a planning, a question to the planning department, but they're all zoned shoreline residential. So the current zoning allows for a house. We would have to further investigate if the Conservation Authority is, deeming those lots unbuildable, then we probably should be rezoning them to something that, essentially sterilize those lots. But this draft mandatory bylaw does specifically speak to lots that can be built.
That again, that can't or can?
That can.
That can be built on.
Yeah. So any lot that has an existing house or can, get a building permit for a house, this bylaw would apply to. If there's a main that's, abuts that lot, they have to connect within 2 years. Or right away upon getting a building permit. So if there's a vacant lot in Lagoon City or Bayshore, anywhere that has a main there, when they get that building permit, they have to connect. They don't have an option of putting in a well right now. So,
right.
And then in the future, if we extend services to an unserviced area and that lot can be built upon, they would have to connect within 2 years.
So I'm just trying to understand the process here. So somebody has a lot across the street that they currently use as a driveway.
Mm-hmm.
We run the pipe by, they basically are going to be charged their standby fee. And they're going to have to connect. And they're saying, well, I can't build on the lot. Do they have to actually go through the entire process of applying for a building permit to be denied? So we can say, yes, you can't build on the lot. Therefore, you're not going to be charged?
I don't think there's anything right now from the municipality saying they can't be built upon because you are zoned. As far as I'm not sure if there's someone in planning that's online right now, but I'm pretty sure those lots on Lakeshore are zone shoreline residential.
Yeah.
So unless we get something in writing or determination from a different agency saying they can't be built upon, then right now a service, according to this bylaw, this draft mandatory connection bylaw, a service would go to that lot line and that property owner would be charged the capital portion of that project. And when they build on that lot, they would have to connect.
Go ahead, Councillor Fisher.
I think why in the moment they are not, some of the properties anyways, why they would not be able to be built upon is because of setbacks and where a well would fit versus a septic solution as well as a dwelling. So I think it's restrictive because it isn't serviced. Once servicing comes down that road, then those lots may be serviced. And for parking across the road, needing the second property across the road to park is so that they're not parking on their septic tank would. So by only bringing water down, it's kind of, I don't know, like if we're not bringing septic down Lakeshore specifically, right now we're just talking about water. They still have the septic tank in their front yard, so they still would require to need to park across the street, which they would also need a septic. So perhaps that wouldn't be considered still buildable with setbacks. So it would, I think it would be very property specific.
Great point. Go ahead, Councillor Bell.
Thank you. So I guess my first comment is I appreciate that the draft bylaw is here so that we can look at it. And the recommendation just says presented to council for consideration, but it doesn't say when. And when the petition was brought by Elaine Buzovetsky, part of what she asked for is engagement. And all the questions that are being asked right now about planning are supposed to come back to us at the end of July. So I think it's preemptive right now to do anything with this until we've engaged with the community that is looking at the expansion. During Elaine's presentation, the mayor commented that when Brecon and Lagoon City connected, Brecon connected, there were some properties that were given the latitude to connect in 5 years. So that's what the takeaway is to that group of petitioners. They heard they had potential for 5 years. So I know that right now the recommendation is 2. You've addressed that there is potential for 5, but we said that we were going to engage and that we were going to answer questions. So I think we need to engage and find out what those people we intend to expand to feel is appropriate. And then the other thing is you have included that there are 3 other site-specific bylaws, but we were not given the bylaws. So I would want to see those other 3 site-specific bylaws as well, so I can understand what was done in the past and to understand what we're looking at today or in the future. So I would request that those also be included. But I guess overall what I'm saying is instead of it just saying presented to council for consideration, it should not be in July. So I wouldn't want this coming back at the next meeting until we've completed all of the other things that we said we would do for the petitioners and those that she was representing.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. There'll be, I think, more of an opportunity to discuss this in item 4.8 when we're discussing the Lakeshore servicing. I'll go ahead, Councillor Goff.
Yeah, sorry, Councillor Bell, I don't agree with it. It's not designed, this bylaw isn't designed specifically for the expansion on Lakeshore Drive. It's for the general.
Point of order there, Councillor Goff. You're actually not addressing Councillor Bell, it's the chair. We always address the chair. It's not an argument.
No,
Councillors, we're debating an issue, so please address the chair with your comment.
Sorry, I think this is a municipal wide.
Right. Yeah, no, I know. And that's
not
why I
just
already said that,
specifically
we're
for
going to be discussing
Lakeshore.
Lakeshore specifically in 4.8. Go ahead, Councillor Bell.
Thank you. And you're right. It is Councillor Goff for the municipality. And we do have an upcoming open house to discuss Ramara Road servicing. And I would imagine that anybody who lives in any of the areas that are potentially going to be serviced by Ramara Road would probably want to engage in this as well and have some of this discussion. So I think that it's preemptive right now to even consider moving it any further forward than having been received today. And then we would discuss it after we have the opportunity for engagement with all of our communities.
Go ahead, Councillor Snutch. Oh,
Yeah,
sorry,
so
Josh, yeah.
the intent of this was just to receive his information, so we can gauge interest in it. And if there is any changes or any other requirements council sees should be put into here, we'll take that back and then bring a finalized report with the bylaw in the future. So.
Okay, great. So on that, I've got a few questions maybe to add to the report that you're working on. Josh,
So Councillor Snetch had brought this up at our last meeting, but I'm also wondering why we are asking people to connect to water and sewer who already have existing septic systems and wells, when the Highland Mills application has planned for individual wells and septics for each of the approximate 45 homes to be built.
So the Highland Mills isn't in an area that would be planned to be serviced. It's a new subdivision that's outside of anything that we've looked at servicing. So
Even the Rammer Road?
well, Highland Mills, it's the Muley
I
Point,
guess, yeah.
isn't it? Yeah. So we haven't even started looking at bringing servicing down that way. This is more for the areas where we see servicing could go easily, financially responsible, and so it's to focus in those areas where it's easily extendable. So
Yeah.
you kind of have the Lakeshore corridor, South Ramara corridor. If Ramara Road goes in, it could be the Atherley area. To go outside of those areas, I think you're looking very expensive, not feasible at this point. In the future, there may be different options or different subdivisions that do come in midway that could be extended out from that point, that would have servicing. So
Okay, thanks. Yeah, it was more just to sort of for residents who don't understand why they who've already got existing perfectly working wells and septics, why they have to do it, but why a new subdivision wouldn't have to. So thank you for explaining that. My second question is, would it be possible as a compromise to have residents opt out of connecting and the associated cost, but perhaps subject to paying the base rate? In the alternative section of this report, you refer to applicable fees. Is this the same thing as base rate, or is that a different amount reflective of all of the mandatory charges?
So the base rate is essentially just a vacant lot minimum rate. And for somebody to opt out of the capital cost, essentially the other users on that system are going to burden the cost for that capital cost.
Okay, thank you. That's sort of what I wanted you to sort of, just because one person doesn't want to, that just makes it a heavier load for everyone else to carry, since it would be, as we've talked about, our one system of all water users paying for it, or all wastewater users. Next question. Can you specifically share what the financial outlay would be for residents who would be joining a water system, just even approximate, and the amount to join a sewer system? I don't know if the amounts that were projected in the Lakeshore servicing, which we'll get to, is typical, or
so those amounts are very dependent on what's required for the site. They can range quite a bit. So those amounts are always site specific. We get initial estimates when we first start looking at the project, and those amounts get narrowed down as we get closer to construction tendering. We don't have the final amounts until essentially we tender and have a construction cost at that point. To give an estimated rate, there's no way we could, because it's dependent on how far the servicing has to go, what earth material we're going through. There's too many variables to give an estimate for any site.
Okay, that's good to know, just because I think a lot of people are worried about the big numbers that we've seen out there in our discussions on the Lakeshore servicing. I guess the last question is, I have concerns that this bylaw will create a very similar protest of residents within the Rammer Road servicing plan that will apparently service homes south of the casino all the way into Atherley, as you said, which is my ward, none of whom are on water and sewer, and none of whom have had any kind of opportunity to even be surveyed. Will these residents be surveyed for their interest, or would this bylaw prevent residents from having a say?
So right now, we don't even have a wastewater solution in the area. The residents would be surveyed, but dependent on ministries as well above the municipality, there could be orders to put them on servicing, just with proximity to the lake.
Okay, perfect. That's all my questions. Does anybody else have any questions they'd like to? No?
Okay, well, let's vote then the report ID 3024 regarding a mandatory connection bylaw be received as information, and that the draft mandatory connection bylaw attached to report ID 3024 be presented to council for consideration. All in favor? That's carried.
Maybe, Madam Chair, we could take a quick washroom break for anybody and
Sure.
then come back
Yeah.
at say 5 after 11, if that's okay.
Great. Yes, let's take a break until 5 after 11.
Okay, back over to you, Counselor Tuju.
Thank you. Next up is item 4.5, water and wastewater frequently asked questions, FAQ. Recommendation that report AD 1424 be received as information and that the frequently asked questions, FAQ documents, be distributed online through the website and email. Can somebody please put this on the floor? Councillor Goff and Deputy Mayor Bell, thank you. Before opening it up for questions and discussion, I would like to thank the staff for taking the time to address questions the residents had in a way that is accessible and accountable for all residents. Who has any questions? Anybody? Nope. All right. Then I guess voting time. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. I know the recommendation is that we distribute online, website and email. Is there opportunity to include in water bills a printed copy as well for people who might not have access to internet?
I think if someone doesn't have access to internet, that they can request it. Either they phone us, email, and we can make sure that they get a written or like a paper copy of the FAQ. But if they request it, we can provide that. Absolutely.
Okay.
Just like any accessibility, if someone had anything and they needed something extra, we can absolutely do that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. And that just leads me to also wonder, will you also be posting it on social media?
I'll advise when it's posted. So once it's ratified by council, we'll make sure this is put up online. And then we will notify the community that it's been posted. We'll email every person that had sent in the questions. And then anyone who requires a paper copy will provide that information where they can request it either by phone or email. So that way we can print it off and get it to them.
Great. Thank you. All right. If there are no further questions, let's vote then that report AD 1424 be received as information and that the frequently asked questions, FAQ documents be distributed online through the website and email. All in favor? That's passed. Item 4.6, review of the site alteration bylaw 2018-64. Recommendation that report ID 3224 regarding a review of the current site alteration bylaw 2018-64 be received as information. Can somebody please put this on the floor? Deputy Mayor Bell, Councillor Goff. Before opening it up for questions and discussion, Diana, would you like to speak to the report?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I will. So I'd just like to note that this report is a result of a resolution that was passed at the June 3rd Committee of the Whole meeting. And I didn't see the resolution until after this report was written. So I didn't reference it in this report. So I'm just going to take the opportunity now to read what that resolution said. So it says a staff report returned to the Committee of the Whole to review the fill bylaw and strengthen the fill bylaw requirements regarding development. And that staff report includes a review of the amount of waste sites located within the township. So since I didn't have this resolution, I didn't make mention, nor did I review the amount of waste sites located. So I just wanted to note that. But what I did do is review the current site alteration bylaw that the township has. So from my review and understanding of the site alteration bylaw, there are mechanisms in place to manage or prohibit large-scale fill operations. However, it does need further review in accordance with new provincial policies, such as the excess soil regulation, which was passed in 2019. Our site alteration bylaw was written in 2018. So it is out of date, at the very least, with terminology that the province uses, such as source site, receiving site, project areas, things like that. So at the very least, it does need an update to be consistent with provincial policy. And that just ensures consistency throughout the entire province, because fill obviously moves throughout different boundaries throughout the province. So I just didn't have enough time since June 3rd committee meeting to do a comprehensive review of the new provincial policies to bring forth a draft bylaw with alternatives for council's review. But I just at the very least wanted to review the bylaw, write it out in a report, what's there, and just have some more, just give me some more time to review the excess oil bylaw, the provincial policy statement, and the growth plan, because they all mention excess soil. And, you know, I think at the very least, we just need to update the bylaw to be consistent. I just didn't have enough time, but I didn't want time to pass and you think that we had just, you know, forgotten about the site alteration bylaw. It is there. There are mechanisms and tools in place that we can use. And I'll bring a report forth before the end of the year.
Go ahead, Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe through you, I can ask the mayor, deputy mayor on county. I thought county council or county had bylaws for fill that it had to be within the county. So we couldn't, people couldn't bring in fill from outside of Simcoe County into Simcoe County.
If I may,
Of course.
actually, yeah, can we look into that? Because I remember something like that, but our bylaw it might be in the case of when you don't have your own bylaw. So could we have Dana look into that? And what I'd like to add to the motion is that the bylaw be amended and updated. Like it just says receive, and then we'll add it that the bylaw does get amended and updated. Now, when I was reading it here, it says it shouldn't come to council unless there's a staff report. And that's our concern. It was already in the bylaw, and that was our concern at council, that the bylaw came to council without a staff report and a site plan. And so it was already here, correct? So.
Through you, Madam Chair, to answer the mayor's question. I believe that, yes, if we're following the bylaw, we can manage or prohibit these large scale fill operations. So when an applicant comes into us, we should be reviewing it internally first, making sure they have that site plan, the fill management plan, anything else that's required prior to coming, in my opinion, should come to committee first for discussion. If council wishes to permit that operation, then it would go to council for approval. Because anything over, right now, the bylaw states that anything over 1,000 cubic meters, which is about 100 truckloads, needs to be approved by council. Anything less, we can make that determination as staff. But again, it still has to have a beneficial purpose to the receiving site. We just don't allow, we shouldn't allow fill to be brought in for no reason. That doesn't even follow provincial policy.
Thank you, Diana. I have a question on a much smaller scale than maybe what we're talking about here, but the report led me to the fill bylaw. In speaking to various residents who are curious about what the rules are regarding fill, there seems to be a lot of confusion. For example, like this report, some people are certain that without a permit, you can only add a certain number of truckloads of fill within a certain time period to one's property. And of course, depending on who I'm talking to, this number is never the same every time. And other people are certain that properties may add fill not exceeding 30 centimeters in height. I would love to use this opportunity while you're here to ask if there is a basic fill rule people should know, especially if they are trying to solve basic issues such as raising low-lying areas of their property, i.e. what exactly is allowed before having to get into site alteration or lot grading permits.
Okay, so section, I believe it's 3 of the bylaw allows for exemptions, which one of them is minor landscaping. So if you're not raising your lot more than a foot, 30 centimeters, and you're not changing grade within a meter of the property line, you can bring in dirt to fill in those low-lying areas. Anything more, they need to come to staff and get a fill permit.
Thanks. That's really helpful. Does anybody else have any questions for Diana? No? Okay. Well, let's vote then that report ID 3224 regarding a review of the current site alteration bylaw 2018-64 be received as information. All in favor?
And just as a point of clarification, Counselor, to you, we will be adding in that the bylaw be amended and updated.
Yes, right. Thank you for catching that. All in favor? That's passed. Item 4.7, Bayshore Village water quality concerns. Recommendation that report ID 3124 regarding water quality concerns from the Bayshore Village water supply be received as information
and that staff add investigate water treatment options for Bayshore Village Water Treatment Plant to the Water and Wastewater System Capital Plan to discuss further at budget time. Can somebody please put this on the floor? Councillor Fisher, Councillor Goff. Thanks. Before opening it up for questions and discussion, again, Diana, would you like to speak to this report?
Sure, thank you. So again, this report's a result of a resolution that was passed at the June 3rd committee meeting for staff or Aqua to further investigate what can be done to reduce iron in the water or hardness in the water at the Bayshore Village water supply. I would like to point out that Nick LaRue, Senior Operations Manager, is here from Aqua. So if you do have questions in regards to the current treatment or questions regards to this report for the recommendation, they should be directed to Nick, as he is the operator. He's the operating authority for the township.
Thank you for the clarification. That said, does anybody have questions for Nick? Go ahead, Councillor Goff.
Through the chair to Nick. Nick, how many people have called you or contacted Aqua with concerns over water quality and color discoloration?
In the last few months, I believe there was two separate complaints from two separate addresses. One was for water color and the other was for staining after the water had evaporated on fixtures and things like that.
I have a follow-up.
Yes.
What kind of chemicals are we going to use to this pilot project trying to?
So I think it'd be best to kind of go through what, if you get for the chair, to just what the process we would recommend. So we were notified, I believe it was a week and a half ago, that you guys were interested in this project. I was able to obtain the two predominant chemicals that are generally used, and you conduct a very simple test in a white bucket to determine if it does work. It's very quick that you would see the effects of the chemical working with the water once it's chlorinated. So you would initially do a desktop study first to see what the effects are, and then you would check into the two potential chemicals. One is sodium silicate and the other is a polyphosphate. What they do is sequester the chemical, or iron in the water, which means it stays in suspension. So what they see in Bayshore is that the iron precipitates out of the water once it is oxidized with sodium hypochlorite or chlorine. And then you see the staining that happens in fixtures and things like that. So the way this chemical works is it keeps it in suspension longer. It's not indefinite. The general consensus seems to be around 72 hours, perhaps a little bit longer, that it will work for. So if water is sitting in for long periods of times in toilets and things like that, there is still potential to see some staining when that water does come out of, or the iron does come out of suspension. So we would look at the two potential chemicals, do a test to see if they do in fact work for the water in Bayshore Village, and then look through the regulatory requirements from there moving forward. And if you are able to treat the iron appropriately with a legal dosage of the chemical as well that meets the NSF requirement, then you would move towards doing a pilot study at the site to see that it does provide benefit to the site.
Go ahead, Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. Okay, so my concern is with the treating the iron in that manner. It's just for aesthetic purposes. There are a number of tests in the past year and a half that are well above the 300. And I know that that still isn't necessarily hitting at where it becomes a health risk, but certainly these numbers are getting higher. And so if we're just suspending it longer to make it more pleasing to look at rather than removing it, has that been looked at some type of like air injection type system to actually remove the iron from the water, or at least bring those levels down, where then you would, by in turn, seeing less iron in the water, so therefore less staining on your clothing and toilet bowl, to actually remove the iron rather than just making it invisible?
That's certainly something that can be looked into. That does require a more in-depth study to see if those options would work, and if something like filtration is a feasible project. There is more significant cost to the engineering evaluation of that, and then obviously the construction of those types of projects as well.
Yes.
Okay, because yeah, my concern is because now we are getting closer to the point where it will start becoming health concerns, that we need to be able to get ahead of it so we don't find ourselves behind the 8 ball with our drinking water systems. Like we see right now with our wastewater systems. So I know I just had to put a whole new, brand new, because I had never had anything before, and my water has changed significantly in the past couple of years, that I was having less than 100 and I'm now at 850 in my iron in just a matter of a few months. So same thing with hardness. My hardness went bonkers crazy as well. So it's certainly something that I wanted to address immediately. I know lower levels of iron, very minimal risks, but and I know, and now the public will know too, because we're going to tell them, the iron that we are having in our drinking water, as with all the minerals and everything that they come in an inorganic state. So our bodies really can't do anything with them. And some of these minerals and metals are staying, just hanging out and not doing good things to us. So if we can actually take a look at how to remove it, especially now that we're starting to see unsafer levels of iron, I think that would be a step in the right direction.
It's,
Sorry,
go ahead.
go ahead.
We can certainly look after doing a study if that's something the town would like to do. We have no problem helping coordinate something like that.
Thanks. Just while we're on the topic of the sequestration that's being recommended, since we know all it does is really kind of just mask the iron rather than getting rid of it. So can you just clarify what you had said earlier? So white laundry, sinks, bathtubs, et cetera, would still be susceptible to the staining if left sitting, right?
There is potential for that, yeah.
Okay. And then the other question I had was, because I guess chlorine is the additional chemical required with the sequestration chemical. So would that contribute to the risk of the elevated trihalomethanes with the additional chlorine required?
So the water is already chlorinated. There would be no additional chlorine.
Not additional.
It's just the injection of chlorine is what makes the iron come out of suspension in the water.
Okay. And then the other question I had on sequestration was, is it a better method of reducing visible iron and the associated orange staining than a water softener? I'm asking because I'm on municipal water, and as soon as I got a water softener, my problems disappeared. So I'm just wondering if this is maybe overkill. I'd love to know your thoughts on that.
I would say it's a different method. As to what's better or not, I couldn't say. It would just be one would be administered at the facility as opposed to a point of entry unit at individual households.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead, Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. Yeah, water softener certainly can address some iron, and it's a whole different process, but it can address some, but not all. Could possibly, I don't know what kind of iron that we're dealing with in that system, because I haven't run the samples myself and I'm out of the business now, but could it possibly be the chlorination is actually oxidizing and causing some of this increased staining that we're seeing? I mean, the numbers are the numbers. There's no changing that, but could the adding the chlorine add to the oxidation of the iron, which could be causing the staining?
It is indeed the chlorine that makes the iron come out of suspension. So the raw water at the site is fairly clear bluish color. You are required to add chlorine to have a disinfectant residual in your system. So it's an inadvertent effect of chlorinating the water. The iron does come out of suspension.
Okay, it was also Yes. It was also discussed about, looking at treating the water with us, like the municipality, the township with you guys. And then as far as hardness goes, putting that back on to the residents at the end site, which is okay, great, because some people prefer hard water. Some people don't like the sliminess of the softer water, myself included, but I have no choice. But that kind of runs the system a little bit backwards. Then you should be softening water before removing iron.
I can't speak to that. One thing I will mention is that one of the chemicals that is used also inadvertently does soften the water as well. Does it soften it enough to alleviate the need for iron or softeners in Bayshore Village? I don't know that. That would be something that you would probably determine during the pilot study.
What is the hardness of the water on that site? Do you know offhand? You can get back to me. It's okay. Just curious.
It's not something that's tested for under standard samples. It's certainly something we could do. Similar to iron isn't something that's normally sampled for on the raw water side. It has been done in the past, and we actually did just take some this week to send to the lab as well to have those baseline samples.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
I just wanted clarification. Councillor Fisher mentioned that the iron is at unsafer levels. I'm not sure. Could you speak to that? Are they unsafe or are they safe?
They are below, it's an aesthetic limit. It's not a health limit that's currently on it. They do go up and down. Again, they're treated water samples, not raw water samples that are on it. It's not something that's been brought up as a concern as of yet, but there is potential that they could change, obviously.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Mayor Clark.
Yeah, I find your numbers confusing too. Like my water's, I'm 2 miles away from this and I'm 14 parts per million, but when you soften it, you have to actually set the softener at 21. It just will not soften it. I mean, something about Ramara water is the iron seeds are more prevalent. This is 2 drumlins over, and I know as you head south, you get into iron. So, but you're saying in a pail, you can't see it. You don't see the iron at all in the raw water.
It's not visible in raw water now.
So that would be lower than the drumlin between me and Bayshore, because where my daughter built, you can actually see the redness in the water. Had to put an iron filter in as well as a softener. So probably I would guess the water is extremely hard and does require a softener in the home. I don't know if you can do a softener at a treated system. Can you? The volume of water, you'd be backwashing more than it would be.
I've engaged with our process optimization group, and it's not something that they've ever seen before. I think the water is around 15 grains of hardness in Bayshore. It is fairly significantly hard. Other issue with potentially commercially softening, I guess, would be that the sodium level as well. So the site is already over the health limit for sodium. So that would contribute to it as well.
That's a great point you made, Mayor Clark. I wanted to make clear that I don't think it's municipal water systems that are contributing to the iron. This happens from what I know from people on wells to everybody. So, all right, go ahead. Was it Councillor Bell? Did you have a question?
Thank you. I think the only thing I would want to know whenever the next report comes back, like if it's only 2 complaints and it's not a health hazard. I know you guys are here and I like all the people at Bayshore, so it's not that. But if there's a significant cost to engineering, only so that for 2 complaints, we can remove staining, I would not support that, because it doesn't make sense when we're already looking at massive increases to water and sewer. So adding an expense to satisfy 2 concerns, to me, you're not really serving the many, you're serving the few at that point. And so I would want to know, is there a health hazard or is there not a health hazard? And how many complaints are there actually? So if it's only been 2 in what time period, then I couldn't support spending a substantial amount of money on engineering, which I assume will be in line with any of the other engineering reports we do. So you always give the number 50,000, right? That seems to be a base number. So to me, it just wouldn't make a lot of sense. So I think I'd want more information about, is it a health hazard? Because then that changes the conversation substantially.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. I agree with you, and I don't feel that this is the time to be adding additional expense to all water users, given what we're facing right now. And I believe it would create a precedent for other municipal water users to be able to retroactively request reimbursement from the water ratepayer reserves for treatment they have already purchased privately to address iron issues. Any other questions, Councillor Goff?
Through the chair, Councillor Fisher, in the report, it does deal with hardness. Okay. And 335 milligrams per liter.
Any other questions? Okay, so, oh, yes.
Just prior to you speaking about, accepting the report and the resolution, I just would like to say, I did mention in the report that I think this is an instance where it would be worthwhile engaging with the community to see because we have very limited numbers that have called with a concern with the iron. So a quick survey or something that we could push out just to hear from a majority, right? And how high iron or hardness is affecting them prior to, just like Councillor Bell had said, prior to bringing it back to council for discussion at budget time, let's engage with the community first, and because it is their water, right? And it might also be worthwhile for us to get more information on the types of chemicals that we would be adding. Because I do, there is concern too. Someone had reached out to me last night and kind of said, hey, you know, it is concerning that you're saying you're adding more chemicals to our water. What does that mean? And I do apologize. My intent was not to concern anyone. But again, you know, from a technical standpoint, that's just, we add chemicals to drinking water. We may have to rephrase it differently in the future. Because we do want that confidence in someone who's drinking their water, that it is safe. So we could put an information package together, engage the community, and we'll see what they have to say, but we will give a bit more information. Again, what the alternatives, what it means, what it does, and then we'll go from there if council is agreeable with that.
Thanks for that, Diana. Go ahead, Josh. You wanted to follow up with that?
Yeah, one quick note I wanted to add, the sequestering that we're trying, it's just bucket tests at the site. So there is nothing within the distribution system of the testing that we're currently doing. I just wanted to clarify that for anybody listening as well.
Thanks. Go ahead, Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. No, I absolutely think public engagement is important, and I think that's a good point. But I think further to what Councillor Bell was saying earlier is before we start talking to residents and start those surveys, is to determine what the health risks are, because if it's not a program that we're looking at going forward with, I don't want to get either people scared and worried or get hopes up either way. So maybe before we have a survey go out, maybe come back with the information on the types of health concerns that come from elevated iron levels. Because certainly, so I didn't mean to misspeak when I said it's the higher the iron, the more concerns there are with your health. Like it's 300-400, you're still okay. It's getting up to 6 and higher is where you're certainly 900s are certainly, it's not safe, and we're not there yet. So it's we're certainly far away from that. So I think before we even move forward with the survey, I think we need to have a little bit more information on the health, any potential health risks, not the health risks, any potential health risks that might be associated with.
Go ahead, Councillor Goff.
Thank you. Through the chair, I know since I've been back on council and even my past experience on council, this isn't just a two residents having issues. It's fairly widespread, and it's only at certain times all of a sudden it'll pop up, and it's random as to where it's happening. So there are more than two that have, at least I'm aware of. And with what you've told us with this bucket tester, checking the water, and the one chemical actually, he said actually makes the water a little bit softer. So I think it's a benefit that we look at really seriously which one works and at least address it that way. And if it's the chemical that does two things, even better for us and the residents.
All right. Are there any other questions? Are we ready to vote on receiving this then? Okay. That report ID 3124 regarding water quality concerns from the Bayshore Village water supply be received as information, and that staff go ahead, Councillor Bell.
Thank you. The recommendation isn't going to be quite the same then, because if the first thing we're going to do is find out what the health risks are, or are we looking at any health risks? That's not here. Here, all we have is that we're going to bring things to budget. So there's a step that has to happen in between. So I think the recommendation needs to reflect. In fact, there could be two steps that have to happen in between. First, we'd be looking at the health risks. And then next, we would be looking at community engagement. And then we would be talking about bringing it to budget. So I think the recommendation needs to be amended first, if that's what we're all agreeing to.
Thank you. I had sort of felt that sort of fell under the umbrella of investigate, but yeah, it would maybe be better to be specific about those details in the recommendation. So would you be able to amend that, Madam Clerk?
We can, if I just need the wording that you want the amended, that you want included in the amended motion, please.
I guess to include whatever the health risks are for elevated iron
So that report ID 3124 regarding water quality concerns from the Bayshore Village water supply be received for
Yes.
information, correct? And that staff investigate.
The water.
So we're
treatment
putting,
options.
and
Yeah.
that public consultation
Mhm.
or public information session, what sort of public engagement are you looking for?
What were you thinking?
Well, I think what Diana was saying though is kind of more than one step, it sounds like. So I think almost we need a staff report to come back before we talk about sending this to budget. That's what it sounds like to me. So we'd need to know, is there a health risk would be the beginning. And then the next thing would be if there's either way, health risk or no health risk, are we doing engagement? And then we would be talking about taking a solution for discussion to budget. So I just think maybe what we need is a staff report before we can talk about sending it to budget, because we don't know what we'd be sending anyway. We don't even know what we're doing yet.
Right, and we have that kind of time before budget.
Yeah,
So
so
yeah,
I'm
it doesn't
thinking
hurt
it's
to
just
ask
like
for
a
a
staff
staff report. with all
Okay, so
those
and that staff prepare a staff report, and that staff prepare a detailed report regarding health risks and public engagement processes. And then we can follow up with, and that staff investigate water treatment options. Continue on with the rest of that motion.
Right,
Okay.
yes. Thank you. Okay, so all in favor of the amended motion? That's passed. Thank you. Item 4.8, Lakeshore Drive Servicing Project. Recommendation that report ID 3424 regarding previous staff reports on the Lakeshore Drive Servicing Project be received as information. Can somebody please put this on the floor? Councillor Goff, Councillor Fisher again. Thank you. Before opening it up for questions and discussion, Josh, would you like to give a summary of the extensive amount of groundwork that you have shared here? Or would it be easier if I started you off with some questions?
Thanks, Ms. Chair. I can quickly go through it. So
Great.
from the last council meeting, there was discussion to bring forward past reports of the Lakeshore project, what we went through, how we kind of came to the solution that we did to move the project forward. So in the report here, it lists out essentially all the reports that were brought that led to the decision to move the project forward. This project has been kind of in the capital forecast on the books for approximately 10 years. It's gone back and forth with support from residents. We've always been in and around the 50-50, just over 50-50 mark. We did send out many letters with different options of how to proceed with the project, whether it be water only or water and sewer. With the last report that was included, I forget the number, sorry. In 2023, we did receive just over 60% of responses from all letters that were sent out. And it was just over 50% in favor to move forward with that project. So at that time, it was determined by council that because it's always been around that 50-50 mark, that we proceed with the project. The intent of this was to bring discussion, and if a further report's required, what you want included within those reports. So.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
I think it's just a comment more than anything. I do appreciate what the lady at the last meeting she presented. Unfortunately, there was no way for us to monitor how that was presented to those residents. There was no way for us to understand who she approached. I have a hard time slowing down a project like this that is going to help the entire system. But I am concerned about running water and not water and sewer at the same time in that one section. The more I've learned as I've been on council. I just wanted to bring that up.
Thank you. Great points. Go ahead, Councillor Bell.
Thank you. So one of the things that Elaine had been asking for, and council as well, was my understanding, is not just the staff reports, because I've seen those, but what was the communication that went out to residents that helped them understand what the implementation of an expansion is, right? So the questions they have are around how long does it take? When does it happen? How do I pay for it? How do I arrange for the laterals to run into my home? So what we were looking for is what letter went out actually. So not just the staff reports, but actually the communication that the township sent to the residents to help them understand what the process is, what it costs, all that sort of thing. So I appreciate that the staff, and it's not your fault. I know there's so much going on that it just could have been a miscommunication on what was being requested. But yeah, that's what we're looking for. I and Elaine anyway, was just to be able to see what that communication was, because I don't know how we could know how to communicate it better if we don't know what we communicated the first time around. So I would request that we could please have those letters so that we're able to review them.
Go ahead, Councillor Goff.
Yeah, I just have a comment to make, much like Deputy Mayor Bell. This is a project that's been long overdue. Should have been done way back when it was first talked about. And I agree that it should be sewers and water moving forward.
The whole dig once philosophy. Any other questions, Mayor Clark?
Yeah, actually, I'm not interested in going back. Council had all that information when they made the decision to go forward. What we need to know now, and if you look at the one motion, it says, yes, it will be engineered last year for construction this year. So that was the last contact when we told the folks we were going ahead with the project. We're still waiting for the engineering to come in, and at which point you would normally go to tender. Then the tenders come back to council. Then that's when you take another look at the project, because last time it was on the books, the tenders came back way over budget. So then we just got put in park mode. And of course, the engineering costs are all put on the cost of the new users, correct? The engineering and design is all rolled into the purchase cost of that system when they join.
Yes, so the entire, I'm pretty sure I'll have to double check with Minot and the finance. She's not here today, unfortunately, but I believe the entire project cost is determined and then sent to the users for payment. Yes.
Just a reminder to council, the project does not go ahead, then the cost of the engineering falls on the existing water users to pay. It's been designed for future customers. The project doesn't go ahead, then that cost just falls back on the water bills. And if there's sewer designs, that falls back on the sewer system for the cost of the expansion that never happened. So that's something we have to keep in mind. Each time you engineer and decide to go ahead, change your mind, the cost all goes back to the sewer and water users to pay a cost of an expansion that never happened. So
that's a great point. And that was part of my question too, is I was wondering what has actually been invested already in terms of engineering work that has already been completed.
I didn't have time to pull the exact amounts that have been spent so far, but I'm estimating between $30,000 and $70,000 has been spent on engineering. Not just for this phase, but over the few years that we have been looking actively at it. So
yeah, that was a lot of Tatham documents that was part of this report. So yeah, I'm not surprised. Thank you. Are there any other questions? Councillor Bell.
Thank you. I also too want to clarify, I'm very aware of the past as far as what the cost was the first time the project was engineered versus what the cost is today. And so is Elaine and all of the people who were involved in the petition. We did have a meeting with Elaine and we talked about all of those things, as Josh knows, and more actually. So we did do a full and robust discussion about all of the issues around not expanding right now. Or not expanding, including both water and sewer. And one of the main and major concerns, and Elaine communicated that very clearly when she was here doing her deputation, is that how the project has been communicated in the past. And again, like everything else, if we don't know what we missed in our communication previously, then we won't know how to communicate it better in the future. And certainly when we're looking at Ramara Road, we probably want to make sure that how we communicate to residents what the project looks like, that we're good at doing that. So we weren't good at it in the past, and that's not a judgment. That's just a fact because the residents didn't understand the project. And when they said yes, they thought they were saying yes to learning more about the project in a lot of cases. So, it just says we didn't know how to do it in the past, and it's time to know how to do it better in the future. So, I would want to see those letters that went out so we could understand what was communicated to the residents. There's no question about any of these other issues that are being talked about. The residents are very aware of what the project is as far as today's current costs. But yeah, I don't know why we always continue to say that we don't want to look back. That is just not a strategy you would apply to any kind of business model. Like you would always want to know what you did and where you were, so you'd know how to go forward.
Right, thank you. I mean, not all of the communications were included in this report, and I think going forward, I'm just wondering, based on what you were saying, if it is possible, based on the pushback that we have been receiving from Elaine and so on, what we're being told by them at least is that the initial survey results have changed and don't necessarily reflect the majority of respondents. Is it possible for us then to plan for a survey or public meeting of all households affected as soon as possible while the seasonal residents are still here? If not for necessarily, yes or no purposes, but at least educational purposes? Mayor
I
Clark?
was just gonna say, what council needs to decide, if we're not gonna do this project, let's just stop the dollars right now.
Yeah,
And let's not spend any more in engineering because that cost is gonna fall back on the sewer and water users. We've done the letters, 2 letters were sent out. We did the survey. Folks did know what they were getting. We had a full house here when this was discussed. They were well aware of what they were getting. So if it's our intention not to go ahead with the project, then I would look for a motion on the floor and we would stop running up the costs. But to continue to say, I want to see the letters, to what end? If you don't like the letters, then we cancel the project then cancel it now. We have to decide here. This is people's money. So we either go ahead with the project or we don't.
go ahead, Councillor Smith.
I believe that those letters were brought to council and council edited the letters. So they shouldn't be that hard to find, because I remember having discussions with you to clarify some of those letters. So have they been provided to us or not? I mean, I'm sure we can go back and find them. I just don't know what even month we would have had it in.
I can't recall if they've been provided, but if we want to expedite the process, I can email the letters to all of council for review.
Well, I think that would help Councillor Bell, but I do know that we saw them and I do know that council discussed them before they went out. Because I think what we adjusted to it was that we wanted to put some monthly payments in there as far as what the water was. But anyways, I know they're around.
Go ahead, Councillor Bell.
Thank you. It would be, I would like to see them, yes, but it's actually the residents who want to see them. So it would be distributing them in a manner that at least to Elaine, I suppose, so that she can communicate it or I can communicate it.
To the residents that already received it, you want them to receive again?
Many of them didn't receive it. See, that's the thing. So a number of the people who Elaine has signing the petition are people who are, and like we have in other situations where they haven't even attended at the property in 20 years or whatever. So the letters were, unless they were not registered, and I don't know that they were, then there's no, I'm sorry, was I?
Yeah, I'm afraid that may cause confusion. So ID report 0223. I'm just trying to pull it up quickly. Sorry. And so we surveyed 89 properties. We received 61 responses. That response rate of the area was 68%. In favor was 38, opposed were 23. So we received 61 responses. Yes, it was 68%. So there is the majority that received at least the report, the letters. I don't want to send it out again. I don't want to cause more confusion.
Got it. Yeah, no,
All
we're
I can
working
do is
with,
speak for what the residents are asking for, right? Like, that's my job. So I know that you don't like it, all of you, and I'm sorry, but that's my job, right? I'm duly elected. And it's my job to present to you what the residents are asking for. So if Elaine would like to see the letters, it's my job to come and tell you that Elaine would like to see the letters. She wants to understand where the confusion came from just as much as I do. So if the residents were told it's this, it costs this, you know, we finance it, you finance it. This is what it costs to get laterals. You get your own contractor, we get your contractor.
thank you. All right, go ahead.
Do not interrupt me.
Point of order again, the chair can interrupt a councillor at any time if they feel they're off topic
They
or
could do it
rambling
politely,
on
though.
without a motion.
They could do it
And that
politely.
is the chair's regard.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, my only comment is we're talking about a lot of things here, but right now in front of us is the motion is to receive this as information. Nobody has put forward any kind of motion or amended motion to do any change. So I'm not sure, unless somebody's introducing something, where we're going. Just That's my.
Go ahead, Counselor Snatch.
I still don't see what the problem is providing counsel, just to refresh your memories, what the letters are and not distributing it to the public. And if after you've read the letters that went out, we want to discuss it, we can discuss it further. So I'd like to amend the motion that the letters that went out to the residents be provided to council via email like Josh suggested.
Perfect. I have a couple of questions that are kind of financial that might maybe give some different perspective to this whole thing. Does anybody have any statistics of what being connected to municipal water or sewer can add to resale value?
No, I don't.
No. Okay, maybe that's something for later. And then maybe somebody who's maybe more financially astute. In this time of dramatic changes to capital gains, would this type of cost qualify as a capital expense deduction for future generations? Just something I know all the
Yeah,
senators are thinking about.
don't know. I wouldn't comment. I'd talk to your financial analyst to confirm that possibly.
Okay, no, just something to think about for, you know, succession type ideas. All right, are there any further questions, Councillor Goff?
Our CAO had his hand up.
I'm sorry, I forgot to look to the right.
Madam Chair, it's been addressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. No other further questions on this then? Did we end up amending the original thing or are we receiving this as information? And okay, right. Yes, let's do that. Is that clear?
That's
Is the
fine,
wording
but
clear?
and that the initial letters to residents be circulated via email to members of council.
Perfect. All in favor? That's passed. Okay,
Just,
go ahead.
just to go back, I know the project right now is water along Lakeshore and Ridge and Maple and Lone Birch to get sewer. I know Deputy Mayor had asked about having water and sewer go along Lakeshore. Is there any way we can include that? Or is it another, we need to amend?
So I'd need an amended motion for that. Because of the direction when we were told to proceed, the engineering's continued as water only. So it could delay the project further if we were now to turn around and add sewers. I know with discussions with the engineers, we were trying to separate the water and sewer on opposite sides of the road. That way, if sewer did come in later on, it wouldn't necessarily have to rip up the road to do it. It'd be put in essentially the front boulevards of the properties where we could possibly do it. Because we knew eventually sewers will go in. It's just a matter of
I would think then maybe we should have a motion or change the motion to have sewers put in at the same time. It only makes sense. It makes properties that are on either side of the road that may not be big enough to have a house and the sewers and septic system put in, that they have the opportunity, maybe selling the side lots or something like that. So
Go ahead, Councillor Snatch.
My recollection is the first letter that went out to the residents was about water and sewer, and the responses that came back required us to put out another letter, which was only going to be water. But I think it is detailed. I think we should just wait and get copies of those letters that went out. And I think you're fine that it was explained in there.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Bell.
Thank you. The other thing too is that we still haven't answered the questions about merging on title and all the other questions about LSRCA, are they developable or not? Some of those residents' septic systems are on the other side of the road, for example. So I think that, you know, we did survey, they said no to sewer. I also understand that as a municipality, we can move it through if we're ready to move it through. So, and so do the petitioners. They understand that as well. But I still think that before we CAO last meeting said potentially we could have those other LSSCR, I can't talk, but those questions and that sort of thing answered at the next council meeting. So I think that if we can get the letters, we can have all those other kinds of questions answered. We have at least the ability to communicate to residents what's happening and how it's happening, which is a big piece of what they're asking for. And so I don't think we can just go ahead and change it to sewer today.
Okay, so I don't know what motion we're sort of left with here.
No, we
We
already passed
voted,
it.
this
It
was
was
just
a-
chat. Okay, great. So that's everything. Does anybody have any? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The resolution will be very clear. However, from a staff perspective, direction, there was an anticipation. Councillor Bell referred to a potential follow-up report. I'd just like to ensure clear direction, that there will be a follow-up report required by staff. We're not 100% clear that was the direction of council.
Was that?
Madam Clerk, that was not included in the resolution. If that's the desire of council, I'd just like to know that direction.
Is that something that we desire?
What was the report on? Maybe I,
Through you, Madam Chair, Councillor, at the last meeting, there was a request for a consolidated report be brought back to council. There was no ability to be able to do that. There was a commitment to bring forward the 3 previous reports that are before you today. Pending the discussion and direction from council, it was anticipated 1 of 2 things would happen. You'd receive the material that you had received previously, make a determination on what the next steps were, or councillor also provide direction for a follow-up report that would come to council on the 22nd. I just wanted to confirm that there was no direction for that follow-up report. That's what my understanding is, Madam Chair. I just want to make sure that that was understood by council.
Go ahead, Mayor Clark.
So why don't we, because we're still waiting on the rest of the information on this one. So why don't we make this another section when it comes to council? We'll all have the emails and those letters, so we'll have all the information. And if we feel then at that time, 1, either we want to extend the project, or 2, we want further information on the deputation, then we can do it at council and make that decision when we have all the information.
Madam Chair, through you to Mr. Mayor. So from a staff perspective, nothing until the follow-up direction on the 22nd.
Correct.
Thank you.
That's my suggestion.
Okay, perfect. Councillor Bell?
Thank you. Actually, I just went back and listened to the meeting, and when the discussion completed, what you had said was Mr. Kavanaugh cannot provide all of this information by the next committee of the whole, but that some of these other types of questions could be answered by the next council meeting. Unless I maybe heard it incorrectly, and that's possible. But for the residents directly affected with this particular expansion, these questions are definitely important to them, and this wouldn't be coming from infrastructure anyway. It's a planning question. It's about what I know there's Zone Village residential, and so do the petitioners, but they seem to understand that they cannot develop the lots on the other side of the road. So it is part and parcel of all of this, because it does change the number of standbys that would come in. If they can't develop those lots, then we really couldn't be charging them a standby for a service that they can't have. And then can they merge? How long does it take to merge? Like, those are all the questions that still are part of this. We wouldn't be able to make a decision without knowing those things. So my understanding was that today we were just going to be sent these reports again. But then those other kinds of planning questions, we'd be able to have answered at the next council meeting, or potentially they could be answered before. I don't know. I don't know how much work it is for planning to answer the questions.
Madam Chair, if I could, through you to the councillor, I believe my response was focused primarily on Mr. Kavanaugh's ability to be able to address the question that was put forward, which was bring a consolidated report on this matter back today, which I indicated was not doable. I've just asked for clarification, Madam Chair, through council for what is required for the 22nd. I believe my understanding is nothing further will come forward until such time as that is deliberated on the 22nd. Then the Director of Building and Planning and the Director of Infrastructure will be in a position to be able to bring back a further update.
Okay, so is that the clear direction of what we voted on then? All right, perfect. So can we get on to unfinished or new business? Does anybody have any? Deputy Mayor?
I just want a timeline on when the answer is going to come back with our options for Bayshore. We obviously, with everything being so urgent, we must have that engineer's report soon. I think, or the final fourth. I think we're waiting for the fourth season to complete that report. Is that right?
For the EA?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're just waiting on the archaeological to be completed. And the engineer is still working through all the comments that they got from the PIC. So we have given the engineer a date for the committee meeting in August. We know it's a combined meeting and there'll be no motion adopted most likely right after. But we're hoping to have a report for that section of the committee meeting.
Okay, because residents are asking when we're going to have an answer for them. So we're hoping for August is when we're going to have the final answer. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there any other unfinished or new business? Go ahead, Councillor Bell.
Yes, there is. Thank you. So mine relates to stormwater management. In 2015, the municipality consulted with Tatham Engineering, and that report is published at our stormwater page. It included a number of immediate implementations that we could do at that time. And some of those things were retrofitting the stormwater ponds at the Brecon Public School. There were to be the addition of stormwater ponds around Brecon and down on the lakeshore. And we've had very, very poor water quality in the canals this year in Lagoon City, which is ultimately now a tributary to Lake Simcoe. So whatever's coming into Lagoon City is entering into the lake. And so I don't know when the last time was an update on stormwater management in the township was received, but I would like to request a staff report so that we can start to look at what are we doing with stormwater management. There's a number of things in this report. There was to be a fund created so that we would be prepared to manage this in the future. And as far as I know, a number of these things have yet to be implemented, and we're just 9 years later. So I would like to motion for a staff report that brings us up to date on our stormwater management so that we can have a deeper understanding of what we're outletting to Lake Simcoe.
Is everybody okay with that? Yes. All right. All in favor for creating staff report on stormwater management?
Can I have a mover and a seconder,
Right,
please, Chair?
yes. Is there a mover and seconder? Sorry. Yes, you moved it. Is there a seconder? Councillor Fisher? All right, all in favor for staff?
Sorry, just one, what's the purpose? This is going back to a report that was written 9 years ago, you're saying, and we want to update it?
I don't want to update it. I want to know what we've done with it. It recommends numerous implementations. And so I would like to know what have we implemented? What have we not implemented? When are we going to implement it? How are we funding it? Because it recommends for a fund to do so. And I don't even know if we have that fund. So I would just like to know what the status is. We obviously spent the money to do the consulting report because we felt like we needed it. So I'd like to know where we are, and I'd like to know what we're doing to mitigate what's going into the lake.
All right.
I was,
Yes.
I was just gonna expand on that. So it's what Councillor Bell is referring to is the Brecon Lagoon City Comprehensive Stormwater Management Master Plan. It was a requirement for every municipality under Lake Simcoe Protection Plan to establish this. And within this plan, there are recommendations or an implementation plan. So we can definitely report back on this plan. I just wanted to confirm what plan we're speaking about.
Thank you. Sorry, I should have been more specific.
Okay, perfect. So that doesn't sound like it's not an unreasonable request. We've got our seconder, Councillor Fisher, all in favor? That's passed. Anybody else with any unfinished or new business? Okay, I have an item actually of new business. One item I'm hoping you guys can help me with. Maybe some of you have been reading in Aurelia Matters about people complaining about the powerful synthetic scent pollution that has been emanating from the plastic plant in Aurelia due to a relatively new practice of adding synthetic scent to their garbage bags. I get that this is in Aurelia, but it has come to my attention that this is affecting some of my residents in Atherley because the Febreze-like scent blows across the Narrows on the winds from the west. Unfortunately, this has created a problem of them not being able to open their windows in this heat without smelling this perfumey scent to the point where they can taste it. In this weather, this is a time-sensitive issue. After some very careful and diplomatic research, I have determined that the most beneficial course of action is for the township to send a letter to the MECP addressed to tom.teskey@ontario.ca, as they are the lead in dealing with the file,
CCing the city of Aurelia, advising that this practice of artificially adding synthetic scent to Polyethix's products is negatively impacting our residents. Mayor Clark, would you please chair for a moment so that I can put that motion on the floor for discussion and hopefully a vote?
I actually have to, this is conflict.
Conflict for you? Okay, all right, I will chair. So you're moving the motion?
Yes.
Do I have a seconder for that motion? Second by Counselor Bell. Any other discussion required? Counselor Goff.
I just have a quick question. I noticed the article in Arroyo Matters. I didn't know it was that plant that's on Athley Road. Is that plant that's doing it? I thought maybe it was one of the plant up in.
No, it's the, I didn't really want to get too specific for the purposes of not naming anybody or whatever, but it's the one right there in Atherley.
And that fragrance is actually.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
West Wind.
So I've just been thinking about this too, and I'm going to join Councillor Bell.
All right. Yeah. Does anybody want a staff report or we're comfortable with the letter? I don't know if the staff report serves anything. The odor is coming across. I'm fine with the letter and we send it in and then the M&R looks into it. That MECP.
MECP, yeah. And it
We'll
would
look into
bolster.
it. So
Yeah,
that's,
okay.
all in favor? That is carried. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, so I guess if there's no other unfinished or new business, back to you, Mayor
And
Clark.
I'm going to break for lunch and do my CTV interview here unless you guys all want to be on the news tonight. All right.
Good news or bad news?
Mayor, I can't stay any later today, so I have a stop. So I want to let the public know I'm not running out or disappearing. I just can't be here. There are some things I wanted to speak to, so
Is there,
if I can send an email.
Is there items you'd like to defer?
I want to speak to 6.1, 6.2.
Yeah, they're both your items.
6.5.
We can defer those. Yeah. They were ones that you'd asked for, so we can defer, the council, I'm sure will defer those.
Yeah, so it's just, 6.1, 6.2, 6.5, those three items that were.
Perfect.
And then, obviously the boards and committees, my understanding is you've already made your decision, so I'm not sure that there was any room for discussion, but I
On the
could be wrong.
appointments.
Yeah, I think you've already decided what you're doing. And my understanding is whatever, I'll leave that, but I think you've made the decisions. So, yeah,
Thank you.
fine. Thank you.
So yes, I will get count. Do you want to defer them now or before we break? We can defer it now. So I need to call back our two counselors. 1 minute, Steve, and we'll defer it.
There's 5 of us. Can we just defer with 5 of us or we need all of us?
Well, we can, but they're included. I don't usually include counselors if they're here, that we defer item 6.1, 6.2 and 6.5. So we're just going to defer items 6, 1, 2 and 5. Counselor Bell has to leave and those are items that she'd asked for to be on the agenda. So can I have what number? 6.1, which is the stop sign. Yep. 6.2 is the grass and brush maintenance. Yep. And 6.5 is a sign for the Lake Avenue parking lot. Can I have a mover for that? Counselor Bell, second by
Sorry.
Counselor Goff. Yes.
I did have like a comment on 6.1. So does that mean then that I also wouldn't be able to talk about it till we defer? Okay.
Defer,
Got it.
we'll do it on the deferral. It'll go to the next committee of the whole. That's fine with everybody.
Sure.
All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And now we'll break for lunch. just defer to Mike. Oh, wait, we're live. Okay, we're 1 o'clock. We're back. I'll go to my deputy clerk for attendance, keeping in mind Councillor Bell did say she had a previous commitment that she had to attend.
That's correct. And you do have quorum now.
Thank you. And I will turn it over to Transportation Services for the time being is Deputy Mayor Bell.
Okay. Yep. Well, you want to go right to 6.3?
We deferred item 6.1, 6.2, and 6.5.
Okay.
Have been deferred to a future meeting.
So we're going to go to 6.4 then. Where do you want us to do?
6.3.
6.3. Okay. Ditching practices when working in residential developments. Recommendation that we receive report ID 3724 and that based on the 2024 budget, ditching practices remain status quo with the application of soil and seed when finishing. So I'm put it on the floor. Councillor Fischler, second by Councillor Tuyu. Okay, we'll open this up. Or did you want to speak on this? Maybe before we get.
No, I think everything you guys need to understand is in the report. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. If there is any questions or concerns or comments, I can answer for sure.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Goff.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think that in the future going forward, we need to have a higher standard of service for ditching in residential areas, whether it's the hydro seeding. So that way it can be planned in budget. Because my total belief is that we're dealing with an issue in Bayshore right now, but anywhere in the municipality where, whether it's Atherley, Joyland Beach, we should be able to put it back to what was there previous if we're going to dig ditches. I know we've had an issue with the grass not seeding, not taking. We've done it several times in Bayshore. I remember even last term of council, the ditch along Bayshore from, forget what pond it is, but over towards Marina, right? That what grass seed was put down, it's still not being growing, not being cut. And if our residents had a ditch that they were able to cut, we should at least put it back to that sort of standard. That's my own personal belief. I just need with this now going forward, are we doing all the seeding this year or just last year's project?
So we will go through everything last year. If it needs to be reseeded, we'll reseed those areas, and anything this year will be seeded as well. I just wanted to make comment to the one comment that you made. If the ditch is low and shallow and cuttable now, you want it brought back to being shallow enough to cut. If we're ditching to promote positive drainage, it may mean it's not a low and shallow ditch anymore. And the only way to make it shallow enough to cut would be to go inside of private property. By going inside a private property, we're going over that property line. We need an agreement with every single owner. It would also substantially increase the amount of material that's to be removed for it. So it would dramatically bring up the cost of the overall ditching. I'd like to stay within our road allowance and not go on private property because it opens up a whole other can of worms. So
Mayor,
similar comments, we're trying to move water. However, like when you're going back now, you're gonna have a lot of erosion from the previous year, especially if the grass seed. So like, what's that cost when you're back? You're reditching again and reseeding again. That's why I wonder if hydro seeding, because that's when MTO uses it when they're trying to stop erosion. Would that help with having to go back and clean it out? If you hydro seeded these areas, like on a rural road, nobody cares. Just dig it an extra 6 inches deeper as you're going through, knowing it's going to silt in. I mean, that's how I do my farm drains. I just go a little deeper, knowing you're going to get erosion the first year and silt in the bottom of the ditch. Will hydro seeding prevent that, in which case there's a savings to having to go back and clean it out.
So there's no guarantee unless you go to the high end hydro seed. Even with the high end hydro seed, there's no guarantee that it will stop any erosion. If we get a substantial storm that has a lot of runoff, no matter what you put in there, even with sod. It could erode underneath the sod until it's rooted essentially. We do over dig the ditches typically about 4 or 5 inches. With Bayshore Village, we were trying to make it minimal, about an inch or so. For that instance, because we know the winter sand's gonna run off into the ditch. There's gonna be some erosion. So we do over dig it a little bit with that. This year we did change our practice quite a bit from going with the initial design, bringing it back to what initially was designed in Bayshore, to essentially just taking a high point and the outlet and taking a laser level across and taking out as minimal amount of material as we can. We haven't had near the concerns coming in that we have in the past. I think it looks a lot better now as well.
So we're not doing the actual design, we're doing.
No,
right.
so we're only doing the minimal amount of ditching as required to make the water flow. In turn, that may mean some culverts that are heaved aren't being reset or replaced because the water is still flowing through that heaved culvert. If we went back to the original design, that culvert would have had to been lowered to the design for water to flow properly. So I'm anticipating those calls to be coming in that we've ditched through and the culvert's heaved, but we didn't do any work on that culvert. So
However, if you get the waterway, it shouldn't heave as much if
it
the water's
shouldn't heave
getting
any further.
right.
How are we cleaning the culverts out as we go as well?
Yeah, so we always do. We always in the fall, once all ditching's done throughout the township, I'll bring in a contractor typically for anywhere from 3 days to 2 weeks. And we pressure flush every culvert where we do ditch work, as well as culverts where we may have drainage issues, but there is no ditch work done. So we always do every year, bring in a high pressure flusher truck to flush out all culverts that we ditch through.
Perfect. Okay. Any other questions or comments? Go ahead, Councillor Goff.
So I know in your report, you said that in last year's work, you're going to be shooting it again to make sure that it was done, because I know one of the concerns that was brought forward to me is that they didn't see the laser level out. They didn't think it was being done properly. The other question I have is that with people that have already put sod down, we're not going to go back in there and dig it up if they've already put the sod down.
I'd like to say no, but if it is impeding drainage, I don't want to. We'll have to weigh that on those instances. But yes, the work that was done last year, it was overdug that little bit, and that's the reasoning why there is some water ponding. And we are going to go back over those areas this year, and if we have to fill it in or ditch further down, we'll make those calls as we come across it. So
okay, and hats off. This year I was in there on Thursday and drove around and saw what you guys were doing, and it looked really good. And I don't know whether that's just the area with less rocks and less clay banks, but it did look good. So
no, that's great. I'll pass it on. Thank you.
Any other comments?
The only thing is everything stays the same. The soil and the seed, though. You were always doing that before.
Yes, we always did. We did change. We typically just put a little bit of soil in the past. So we've increased the amount of soil that we put in, and we've changed the seed mix. So typically we put an MTO mix because we're primarily agricultural areas. So it was just an MTO mix that's not a traditional lawn. So we changed the seed mix, and we're not sure if that's kind of the reason why it's not germinating quite as well. But even with seed, sod, hydro seed, no matter what you put in, we can't guarantee germination. There may always be a requirement for some of the residents to cut it back to allow it to germinate or
So
water.
this motion that we're voting on is status quo.
Yes.
Thank you.
keeping in mind, if I may, keeping in mind the changes you've done this year to when you're in Bayshore, we're not going to spec, we're going to laser.
Yes, yeah, yeah. And even last year, even though it was spec, we were still using a laser. It may not have been every single area a laser was done. But even within the machines, there is guidance systems within the machine. So if you don't see a laser on the site, it could be all done through GPS or the computer, the software in the machines that.
Well, yeah,
that does-
as long as you set the bucket on the spot, and you can move the machine ahead,
Yeah.
it resets, it calibrates and then carries on.
Yeah.
So we're gonna go back to MTO seeding in the countryside where because it does germinate faster.
It does, yeah. It
Grass
germinates
seed
much quicker.
is
Yeah.
slow. I burn through a bag every year in my yard, just trying to keep.
Yeah,
grass.
the other thing we could look at, I could blend some of the seed mix, but I don't know if that'll give the aesthetics within Bayshore that is being requested. We could go to like a quick catch seed and blend it with the traditional. It might be an option we can try in certain areas. It's not an increase that we're buying the seed anyways, so.
Okay, go ahead.
That's actually a good idea, to actually have a quick start seed that at least that way it gets established and the other seed then has time for germination. I think we need to, you said with communication, because we don't have the equipment or manpower to go out and water this to keep it. So we're gonna have to have the residents in Bayshore involved with keeping it watered so that it germinates and grows. So I'd like to make sure that we reach out to Bayshore
Yeah,
to do
we've
that.
had the exact same, last year we ditched Daniel Street and depending on what resident in there, it was the same work done, same seed done on all of them. One lawn looks great. They didn't do any additional work to their lawn. They just maintained it. The other one they let go on. It's full of weeds. So, yeah.
Follow up?
One further question, time frame as to going back to.
So we're hoping to have it all completed the month of July. So we have the contractor in for the entire month of July. I'll have the same contractor go over the areas that were done last year. Once we're done at the end of July, we'll put on some soil and seed at that time as well.
So that'll be, we can tell the residents of Bayshore that last year's ditches will be seeded by.
Yeah, the only recommendation I have is if anybody does choose to sod, not to do it until the fall, because when I come in and flush these culverts, it's gonna pull all that material out from in the culvert and put it on your fresh sod. So.
Okay.
Mayor Clark.
If it is July, yeah, you'll want to work with folks because grass seed required, if it's a dry August, you'd have to water it every day. Grass seed is terrible slow if it isn't watered constantly, where the field blend is a little more aggressive because a lot of clovers, right?
Yeah. Okay. Oh, go ahead, Councilor G.
If it was agreed just now in discussions that it was going to be changed from regular seed to quick seed, is that applicable for only Bayshore Village that you were discussing, or is it for all soil seed culvert ditching projects?
I'd say it's for the built up areas. Rural roads will keep our current practices, so.
Okay. If you can just avoid replanting the cattails at my house when you do it, that'd be great. Appreciate it. Okay, all in favor? That's carried. All right, on to 6.4. Recommendation that we receive report ID 3924 and that asset management plan presentation for non-core assets as information and that the asset management plan for non-core assets be approved. Somebody put that on the floor for me. Mayor Clark, seconded by Councillor Fisher. All right. Who's going to take on this? Is there a presentation here? Perfect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did created a presentation just to briefly talk about what asset management is, where we are, an overview of where we are and where we're going to be moving forward, as there are regulated deadlines that we do need to follow that's legislated. So next slide, please, Ashley. So the outline of this presentation is what is asset management, what is in an asset management plan, the legislation, which is Ontario Regulation 588/17, the asset management planning for the municipal infrastructure, what the roles and responsibilities of council staff is, as well as the findings within the asset management plan for non-core assets and moving forward and the next steps for the township. Next slide, please, Ashley. Okay, perfect. Asset management is used to manage municipal infrastructure assets in order to assist in making better investment decisions, prioritizing capital spending by consulting the health and the risk of existing assets, and to provide a plan for the future, ensuring that the township is providing reliable, affordable, and sustainable services to ratepayers. So within this, we're going to look at value, alignment, leadership, and assurance. Value is the benefit to the stakeholder and to the public. Alignment is working together with the stakeholders to ensure that the services offered by us, the municipality, align with the services wanted by those stakeholders and to ensure that two-way communication is provided if expectations are not met. Leadership is working together interdepartmentally to realize goals of the community together and to foster a culture of continuous improvement. And assurance, we're looking at plans that assist decision makers to manage future projects, acquisitions of new assets, and planning for future maintenance action items. Next slide, please, Ash. Perfect. So within the basis of an asset management plan, we're looking at what is the current state of our assets, what our required levels of services are, which assets are critical to our performance goals, how can we provide the minimum life cycle cost while maintaining the services provided, and what is the best long-term funding strategy. So basically, we want to answer the magical 5 W's here. So what assets do we currently have? What is their current condition? And what maintenance is required, if any? Where are they located? And where do we want them? Where do we want to be with those assets? When do we need to perform maintenance, rehabilitation, or replacement actions? Who do these assets serve? Is it the public, certain users only? And why do we have these assets? And everyone's favorite question, how much is this going to cost? And when I talk about cost, we're not looking at just the procurement of the asset, but how much is the asset going to cost throughout its entire life cycle? Next slide, please. So the legislative requirements are provided by the province. So we had 4 deadlines that we needed to meet. This is the 3rd deadline. The first one was our asset management policy. The second was our asset management plan for core assets, which was approved in 2022. This one, which is for our non-core assets. And then our next and final deadline is for July of 2025, which we'll be looking at our proposed levels of service, life cycle management, and our financial strategies. So for roles and responsibilities, our asset management plans do need to be approved by council and endorsed by the executive lead of the municipality. It is important to remember that every staff member employed by the municipality has a role under the asset management umbrella, whether they're an everyday user of a printing machine or they are a senior leadership team member recommending future asset lifecycle decisions or a council member. Everybody's involvement is crucial to the success of asset management. It is imperative that we help staff align with the objectives and help them realize their understanding and contribution to the plan and its values that the township provides is the way to success with asset management. Okay, next slide. So this is a brief overview of our findings. You can see here that our fleet assets are in generally fair condition. Major building assets are in generally fair condition as well as minor building assets are in good condition, and our outdoor recreation assets are in generally a poor condition. And this just provides you an overview of the condition of the assets included in this plan as a whole. So you can see that here 11% are in very poor condition, 20% are in poor, 16% are in fair, 40% are in good, and 13% are in very good condition. So the immediate benefits of this asset management plan is that non-core asset data have been updated and verified in our software, which we utilize PSD Citywide. This also has improved communication between staff members and highlighted the importance of cross communication between departments. All staff can access this data information through PSD Citywide. This asset management plan also allows us to place a spotlight on some assets that may require attention for the 2025 budget, as well as this asset management plan helps us meet the legislated requirements for future funding opportunities. Okay, and here we're going to outline some gaps and opportunities, some gaps by performing uniformat level inspections on facilities and playgrounds. It will give us a better view of the bigger picture. This will provide more accurate data that will improve future financial forecasting as well as life cycle management activities. And also by creating proactive asset management plans, we place ourselves in more control over asset sustainability as well as financial sustainability. Opportunities by ensuring replacement costs remain current. We allow for more accurate financial planning. Networking with other asset management coordinators within the province has opened the door to view an issue in more than one way and has given myself a forum to ask questions regarding asset management initiatives, best practices, and even for assistance if I have any mental blocks or anything like that. A goal is to have all assets included in the asset management plan to give the municipality a clear picture for the future. And another opportunity is unplanned maintenance versus planned maintenance tends to be more expensive. So in order to plan for the future, this will assist us with future decision making. And then I will pass this off to Steve to speak about funding opportunities.
Hi, so I'd like to speak to the infrastructure graph ahead, addressing the gap in funding. So provided the township raises funds similar to the average that has been spent in the last 5 years, and with a 2% inflation rate, the average surplus is expected to be about $785,000 annually. Please keep in mind that all asset categories in this plan, aside from fleet, are based on expected replacement costs on values prior to the COVID inflation. So Citywide currently has a lot of assets that the historical replacement cost was based on pre-COVID numbers. And the fact that the asset management is a living document, these are going to be updated to show more accurate costing for future years. Next slide, please. So as far as addressing the gap, the annual budget will address any potential future funding gaps. So sources of funding through taxation, water sewer rates, reserves, grants, etc. Projects should be reviewed annually. Understanding the projects may be delayed depending on funding availability and reserve health. When making these decisions, it's important to take the asset health and risk of failure of the assets into consideration. And as mentioned in the previous slide, the average expected funding is based on the township's 5-year actual expenditures, the average over the last 5 years in this category, and are used as a baseline for the next 10 years of capital spending for fleet, facilities, parkland, and parks equipment. And finally, growth-related infrastructure costs are expected to be funded through development charges and grants where applicable. And I'm just going to turn it back over to Hannah to wrap it up.
Okay, so to wrap this up, what's next? So something that I've recently been working on is we have updated the regular route patrol with the assistance of Josh to start including pavement condition inspections while conducting route patrol by internal staff. Moving forward, we're looking at different types of inspections by a third party. Like I had mentioned before, uniformat level inspections to give us a better picture of our current facilities and playgrounds. We're also looking at continuous improvement and expansion of our asset inventory. And then in the next month or so, I'm going to be looking at beginning review of our current asset management policy as it needs to be reapproved in 2025. And then also beginning on working on the 2025 AMP deadline. I'm going to be starting conversations on public involvement regarding proposed levels of service and trying to figure out what that's going to look like for the township. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the presentation. Questions? Mayor Clark.
So most of the machinery, if I was reading the plan right, that's in poor condition, that's the non-licensed equipment. Is that? Like the backhoes, the lawnmowers, that kind of stuff?
Yeah, so we wanted to go through all the equipment to the same degree that we did the licensed equipment, but we just didn't have time.
Okay.
We are gonna further refine the condition of the non-licensed equipment. Overall, the fleet's in decent shape. There's some equipment that is starting to get older, that is requiring a bit more work, but a lot of our equipment, we trade in or sell or replace based on the use, and especially when you get into the large heavy equipment, as the graders, whatnot, there's kind of a line with 10,000 hours. If you reach 10,000 hours, it quickly depreciates.
Yeah.
So we typically try to create that life cycle that we're right around that 10,000 hour mark that keeps our maintenance low, and we still get a good return on investment that we can use it to upgrade to a newer machine. So,
And again, depending on the equipment, like, yeah, some of it graders would make sense because they're
Yeah.
still valuable. A backhoe, those things will go forever.
yeah, yeah, essentially the backhoe, the one we have, we did buy used.
Yeah.
It is starting to show some age. We just try to figure out that maintenance balance to,
Correct.
yeah.
And one more, if I may. Yeah, the outdoor equipment, is that just a condition of our parks and ball diamonds, or because we have a lot of new playground equipment? So is this isn't the actual playground
So that's
equipment?
playgrounds, Mr. Mayor, playgrounds, playground equipment. So like your backstops for basketballs, it's everything that I have in our asset inventory for parks and playgrounds.
Okay, because I was wondering if it was just the part, like the ball diamonds themselves, which isn't an actual building, so it can wait if it had to, like, it's not gonna cost any more down the road, where if a building, a roof is leaking, if you don't get on, it's a problem. It's a ball diamond growing up in weeds. It's the same cost this year as next year, but if it's playground equipment that's getting wore out, that's different. So
That's correct.
is it more land-based or equipment-based?
So it's more equipment-based, land-based. It was hard because we do
Yeah.
have a lot of park land in our
Yeah.
inventory, but that doesn't really depreciate.
Right.
So included is mainly all the equipment.
Okay, that's not a good news.
Another thing to keep in mind with the parks and that, we are doing the park master plan right now, which will look at all this information as well. So.
Good. Thanks, Josh. Any other questions or comments? Not seeing any. All in favor? That's carried. 6.5 was postponed, correct? 6.6. We're going to get into the capital, 10-year capital. Recommendation, the council receive report ID 2824, infrastructure 10-year capital plan. Somebody put that on the floor for me, please. Councilor Tuyu, seconded by Councilor Fisher. Okay. Who's going to get started on this one? Did you want to do?
I can do a quick intro.
Sure.
So we took the 10-year capital plan, we've reviewed it, we've revised it a little bit. Based on forecasted budget, what our financial aspect looks like. I did change a few projects from full reconstruction to more preventative maintenance. I tried to keep our 10-year capital in and around the $3 million per year. If we had kept with the original, I think we were anywhere between $4 and $5 million per year. So this kind of spreads the money out more evenly over the next 10 years. Again, it's not a plan that's set in stone. It's more of a guideline. I'd like it to be set in stone, but it never will be, unfortunately. It's more of a guideline. So if there is anything you guys see that should be moved or you want to be moved, we could look at it for sure. So
for sure. I think, probably working with your maintenance department, what is really kind of on its last legs. I mean, all the technology that we have tells us that sometimes, there's other opportunities like glider kits you can get from manufacturers like a Mac or a Western Star. They can actually rebuild, give you some more life out of it, like a new truck. Maybe that's an alternative. We need to space it a little bit, but you guys know what you're doing. I'm comfortable with that. Mayor Clerk.
Yeah, a little concerning. Again, we're dropping the numbers. Right now, inflation's bad and the cost of construction's bad. It's something we may want to look at in a couple of years if the world settles down again. Because I think we're going to start to fall behind on our assets if we're not careful.
Yeah.
Are we still replacing faster than they're wearing out? And again, even our machinery, we're in at the old pre-COVID values as opposed to the post. No, we're in
So
at,
this 10-year capital plan takes all amounts from recently acquired equipment,
oh, that's good.
and same with road work.
Okay,
So I've updated the amounts to be as close as what we anticipate to be today's dollars. I know in the past, the 10-year capital plan didn't do that.
No.
It was always based on previous purchases. So I've updated the only ones that may kind of be out of whack or something that we haven't purchased in quite a while. So say the backhoe.
Yeah.
But even with that, we did reach out to suppliers to get estimated pricing. So it should be reflected of today's dollars. 10 years in the future, this won't be anywhere near, like even next year, it might not be anywhere near what it should be. But within the plan, I do have a sheet on the back end in Excel. I just changed those numbers, especially with road work, to reflect what we paid this year, and it'll update that whole document. So,
and like all the roads are listed here, correct? See, that's something that's changed. Years ago, all we had on the 10-year were the roads being done in the 10 years. People would ask, what about, Benson Side Road? Where's it? And so now they're all here. It's strange when you see the year 2107 on something. I never thought I'd see the day where I'd be making decisions that far down the road. When 3-ton, what do we use it for?
so we use the 3-ton for, it was one of the environmental vehicles that got brought over to infrastructure. We essentially just use it for a dump truck. So it goes on the Parks Department certain days. It goes with the infrastructure department certain days. It's not a machine, like it's a machine we use 100%, but we could downgrade it to a 1-ton. And that's what I was planning to do with it because we don't need that added capacity with that truck. So,
okay, yeah, anything heavy, you pull the single axle anyway, don't you?
yes, yeah. So
Okay, other questions?
as you mentioned, roads and all the roads are on there. I did miss 2 roads. I noticed afterwards. So Ferreira Crescent and Holmes Road aren't on here. They were just acquired last year. So they aren't on here, but there is road work planned this year as well as next year on both of them. So
No other questions or comments? Okay, all in favor? That is carried. All right, Bayview Avenue. So that we receive report ID 2024 and that we agree in principle to enter into an exclusive lease agreement with Marina Del Rey for the use of the unopened road allowance at the end of Bayview Avenue. So put this on the road or on the, thank you, on the floor. Councillor Dawson or by Councillor Fisher. All right, so who, Josh again?
yep. So we were asked the last meeting when we brought the cost of the shore wall forward to inquire with the county to see if they'd be feasible to accept the standards as proposed by Marina Del Rey. In speaking with them, they will accept the proposal. We may just have to look at the homeowner at the end relocating their garbage on pickup days to an area that's more accessible to the truck. The biggest concern with the garbage pickup is the backing up of the vehicles. There's been some issues in the past, but they want to try to work with the municipality as much as they can and not have to stop picking up garbage where they don't have to. So we may look at relocating their garbage pickup as well as possibly posting some additional signage on the roadway to make no parking in certain areas that makes it more accessible for the large equipment to do the garbage pickup as well as snow removal. So
Yeah, go ahead.
But we're not proposing to go ahead with the turning T here then.
yes, so
Oh, it said lease is what it said.
so that's gonna be up to council whether council decides they want to sell the properties or sell the property to the marina, or if they want to lease the property. So as staff, we're going by our current policies.
Gotcha.
Our current policies don't allow us to sell the property. They allow us to enter into a lease agreement, and it's in discussions with the township solicitor. With the prior report that Ms. Wayman wrote, CD 2823. With that one, there was the recommendation to enter into exclusive lease. There would be fees just because of the legalities of corporation benefiting from certain different I lost wording, so sorry. Just from corporations benefiting from us doing certain things to benefit them. So,
Do we have confirmation on what vehicle they're using to pick up garbage in that area? Are they using the single axle that's meant for the small? So we
No.
could request that though, because that was part of the tender when they put that out,
okay.
right? I'm just curious because that would change everything.
It would, but there's a large area that they'd still have to pick up in. So we could request that it goes to a single axle garbage truck.
Yeah,
But
I'm just curious if that's an option because it would make a big difference in what size turnaround they need.
yeah, well, they said they would accept that proposal because it is the township standard,
Okay.
which we are looking to change to match the county of Simcoe's standard. That way there is uniformity between the county as well as us. But the county did say they would accept that standard and they didn't distinguish what truck was.
It'd be better for our plows anyways, right? To have that kind of, so, and I guess the other question I had is with the lease, I think the bone of contention has been the wall, the shore wall that hasn't been maintained, which should have been prior to that in the prior lease. So is he gonna agree to this or is this something we have to negotiate?
It's something that's gonna have to be negotiated. So the original agreement, they were to build and maintain the wall and it shows it wasn't. So originally, I think the proposal from Ms. Wayman was to split the cost of the shore wall repair. And then in that new agreement, we can exclusively separate it out that we'll split the cost this time and you now have to maintain and take care of the wall. So.
Okay. Councilor Tu, you had your hand up?
It was sort of answered there. My question was if we were obligated then, if we're leasing the land to then be responsible for the shore wall cost, but that seems to be a good compromise.
Okay. Councilor Snatch.
So this road allowance is how wide?
At the shore, it goes to 100 feet wide. So
Okay,
it
so
goes,
isn't that wider than our normal road allowance?
yeah, so I actually logged in. I can bring up the.
Yeah, it does say 100 feet on here, 30,
Yeah, so it
31.
goes from a 66-foot road allowance, and then I think originally it was proposed to have some sort of turnaround at the end
That's
where it widens out to 100 feet.
so what I'm seeing is 6 meter minimum. But I'm not seeing the 66 feet on here at all unless you can show me where it is.
I think it's 6 meters times 3, so you're 36, right? Am I reading that wrong? The calculations?
Well, I thought road allowance were 66 feet
On average,
on average.
they're supposed to be 66. We have anywhere from 10 to 100 feet. So,
Okay, so there definitely should be a date attached to this and when he's got to fix the shore wall. We've always learned through these things that the way I would do it is that the lease starts after completion of the shore wall. Because it's the only way you know it gets done.
Well, there should be set inspection points to make sure it's being maintained. If we're gonna actually say he has to maintain it, we need
Well,
to
you gotta
have
build
set.
it first.
But absolutely, but after that's implemented, we have to have somebody know that every 2 years that inspection has to be completed.
so that was part of that exclusive lease because it does trigger in there, especially with the fees associated with it. It does require every year to be updated. And with that update, we could do inspections of the wall to ensure the work is being done. I believe, I'm going off my memory, I may be wrong, but I believe the original ask was if we sell them the property, they would do the wall. When we looked at leasing the property, I don't know if there'd be interest from the marina in the lease. But to entice the lease, we were saying that we'd split the cost of the wall with them.
That sounds right. Mayor Clark.
Yeah, originally, the individual just wanted to lease the land. I believe they wanted to fix the wall and they wanted to lease the land, but they were told it wasn't exclusive. They couldn't keep people off it. Well, that any lease, this again, he's leasing it, he can keep trespassers off. That was his concern with the security and around the marina and the shore wall, right? You're leasing a property, you're responsible if somebody falls into the water. So he wanted to be able to control. So I see that's in here. And I just did a quick look. Bayview on the north side is not up for reconstruction in the next 10 years. Or even, is it on the 20-year? I didn't notice it at all on the chart.
No, currently it's not.
All
It's not in, so.
Because if it was, I'd be saying I want the turning key, because when you're upgrading the road, it would make sense if you've got somebody willing to build you a turning key. To me, it's worth that to keep the garbage service going down that road. But right now they're turning around.
So we do have an easement beside the property for turnaround right now.
Well, it's off the same individual's land.
Yes, yeah.
Counselor Snudge.
Yeah, the only reason that I was considering this was to, first of all, I'm not in favor of selling any road allowance. Second of all, the reason somebody's got to fix that shore wall, and I figured it would be a cost for the township to do, which is why I agreed to lease it. I'm certainly not willing to, whatever council wants to do, it's fine, but I'm not willing to split any survey costs. I'm not willing to split any shore wall costs. I am willing to lease it to them for whatever the amount you suggested for, but that would be conditional upon him finishing the wall
And if
at
that's,
his expense.
yeah, and if that's the direction of council, we can make that proposal to the owner.
Isn't that sort of what we were?
Yeah, we don't want, I didn't want the cost. I mean,
Go ahead.
I didn't want the cost of building a shore wall that we have no use for. To be honest, we don't want people swimming there. We don't really want them fishing there. There's boats going in and out. So no, I didn't want the cost of having to fix this shore wall. So I was willing to sell the land in trade for a turning T that I think is more valuable to the township. I'm still of that mind that a constructed turning T is a bigger benefit to everybody.
Okay. Any other comments? Enter an exclusive lease agreement with Marina Del Rey.
To lay out the fact that the cost of the shore wall, and was there something in here about the survey too? That we're going to split a survey or something? Or was that one of the other?
I think that was a previous report.
Okay, so there is no survey happening here.
No.
So it's just the cost of the shore wall that, and in lieu of him doing the shore wall, we would lease it to him for was it 20 years in here?
Yeah, I think it
Yeah.
was a 20-year lease at $500 per year type thing. So
Okay, so that motion.
And I guess the only other thing, where did the $500 come from?
So that was a recommendation from our solicitor because they are benefiting from the property to have a mutual benefit to the township. That way it's not, we're giving it to you for nothing. It's. And
I guess what I'm saying is that over 20 years, 500 is $10,000.
It's
I would be willing to lower the lease amount and have him put it towards the shore wall. And there is no stipulation there on, I mean, the shore wall just has to be safe. There's no shore wall regulations in place for there.
No, there's not.
Yeah, so
No,
as
when
long as
I-
it's safe,
Yes. So when I
approved by us, we'll go ahead.
when I got pricing, I did use the specifications from Lagoon City just to keep uniformity. Minus the concrete capping. So it's just a steel cap versus Lagoon City. It's the concrete capping. So it's a better product than what's there now. That should last longer is what we expect.
So is everybody agreeing with that now, or what are we amending this motion? Do I have a seconder to amend it? All right.
Councilor,
Yeah.
Councilor Goff seconding that?
Has to amend.
Well, he can second it. Yeah. Okay. So that's a second to amend. And Councilor Fisher, you have a comment?
But I don't understand what we're amending, because if we're going into a lease agreement, when we get that lease agreement, all of that information for that lease would be in the lease agreement, would it not? Like
I don't think we want to present a lease agreement. We want to make some changes to the lease agreement is what I'm understanding that motion was for, is to change it.
But well,
Yeah.
do we even have a lease agreement drafted though, is what I'm saying. So if we don't have a lease agreement drafted with what we're asking for or not, then if we don't have the lease agreement to amend, then we're not amending a lease
I
agreement.
think what it is it suggested that this is the way the lease agreement should read, and we're saying we want to amend that so that the lease agreement changes.
Okay, I'm still confused, but okay.
Councilor T.
Yeah, I mean, I support amending it, but I just wanted to further comment on the shore wall upgrade or suggestions from the visit that we took out there. I noticed that it was, the corrugated steel and really rickety and falling apart and dangerous looking. So I'm hoping that it can be sort of, brought up to a uniform standard.
Okay. All in favor? Oh,
On the amendment, you're looking at a dollar value, like the lease be covered by the cost of building a shore wall. So
in lieu of.
yeah,
If it's a dollar, it's a dollar. If it's
Yeah,
$100,
we go with
it's
the minimum.
$100.
so I'll support the amendment. Yeah. But
Okay, so on the amendment first, all in favor?
we're not charging him $500 a year. He has to build a shore wall. So the rent lease cost will be the cost of the shore wall. So we will only charge a minimum, whatever the lawyer says a minimum rate can be. Yeah.
And part of that, it could be in lieu of his payment for reconstructing that wall.
Yeah, we'll double check if it has to be a nominal amount or if it can be just the cost of the wall.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, so does the amendment then include either the turning T? Like, I'm really confused at what we're trying to pass. Like, we have this information so that we have the turnaround.
No.
We're not doing a turnaround.
Why? No.
If I can clarify, the amendment is what we're voting on. The amendment is that to the lease, the leasing agreement says we're going to charge $500 a year
Yeah.
and split the cost of a shore wall. We're saying, no, you pay for the shore wall and that is the cost of your lease. So,
No, we're only lease.
so we're amending the lease agreement right now, and then we'll vote on the main motion. So his rent is the cost of the shore wall.
Okay, does everybody understand that? Do you want to revote on that? Okay, Counselor Fisher, did you want to change your vote?
Well, it's not a recorded vote anyway, so pass regardless.
Okay, that's fine. You're the one that, okay. So now on the initial motion that's in front of us, questions or comments on that? Go ahead, Mayor.
I won't support. I would rather have the turning T. I would have traded the land for the turning T, so I won't support the lease.
Not quite understanding. Can you explain that a bit more?
He was gonna, if we traded in the land, he was going to construct us a turning T and turn it over to the township. So we would have a proper turnaround at the end of that road. To me, is a greater benefit to the citizens than owning this road allowance to a shore wall.
So you would sell the world ones.
Yes, I would have sold it and part of that would have been he constructed us a turning T and turned it over to the township. So that's the position I wanted. So no, I won't support the lease agreement, though I'm sure he's fine with either one.
Just clarification, Josh, was the turning T, was that not part of the lease that you had suggested? Yeah. Okay, oh, clear.
Oh, there we go. Got it now. So yeah, even with the lease, we were still going to require the turning T. So the trade-off was we would split the shore wall in half to still get.
I think that's where we started. It comes back to us. And then if we need to put a playground in there instead, that's what we do when we fix the shore wall ourselves.
Yeah, I guess on this, it almost should be an in camera. We're actually negotiating dollar values here. It should have been in camera. I think
It should.
yeah, because now you're in a negotiation on what you'll take, what you won't. Motion's on the floor. I won't push it any farther.
Okay, so then on this motion, all in favor? So you're introducing a new motion? Okay, there's a new motion on the floor. Counselor Fisher, want to announce it?
Thank you. I'm gonna put a motion to defer to forward this to closed session for discussions, since it is a property matter and we are talking about the negotiation.
Okay, second by Counselor Goff, all in favor? That's fine, that's carried. So we'll just defer that for a closed session. Okay, and that looks like it's the end of my portfolio. So any unfinished or new business, Counselor Goff?
Yeah, I just want to update council. Josh Kavanaugh was talking to me yesterday regarding the speed bumps down at the end of 47 and somebody stealing them and moving them, and he's taking them out and will be replacing them. So just wanted to make it aware.
Yeah, well, I did have a call myself, Counselor Goff, and the person lived there. And I guess it was quite the weekend because kids were racing up and down the side. They took them down. And then other people were crossing into the other lane of traffic to avoid the bumps. So there was a hazard there as well as the bulls. So at this point, we just need to keep them out of there and revamp it for next year and figure out what we're going to do. I think that was it. I mentioned something else, Josh, but we don't need to talk about that. I think, yeah. Okay. Anybody else? No, back to you, Mayor.
Thank you. Administration and Finance, Counselor Snotch.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have two items on the agenda today. The first one is the 2024 Municipal By-Election Accessibility Report, CD 1724. Recommendation that we receive the report regarding the 2024 By-Municipal Election Accessibility Report as information. Have someone put it on the floor? Councillor Fisher, Councillor Tu, all in favor? Passed.
No discussion?
Oh, sorry, did you want discussion? Sorry, I gotta learn to sit over here. I don't see you. Okay, yeah, please do, or hit my bag or something. Item 7.2, council liaison appointment and council appointments to committees and reports, CD 1824, that the mayor appoint the following members to act as liaison to. The first one is admin, finance, and personnel. Second one is transportation.
That'll be Counselor Goff.
Third one is planning and development.
Counselor Fisher.
Fourth one is recreation and culture.
Deputy Mayor Bell.
The fifth one is administration.
And
Sorry, environmental.
And environmental will be Counselor Tuyu.
And fire and emergency services.
And that will be Counselor Bell. So the only, there was no change after talking to council. I just, Counselor Goff is taking over from Counselor Hetherington. That was the only addition I did.
Okay. And, sorry.
I was just gonna say, now I actually have to work at committee of the whole meetings. It's been nice this past month and a half, just being able to sit back here and listen to everybody else.
And I need to share my same comment when I give it to Gary 2 terms ago. You're the poor bugger now that has to deal with all the roads issues.
Speaking of that, I've got a pothole. And that the following members be appointed to the
Councilors.
The Atherley Community Center Board of Management. We need 2 people for that.
Right.
So those people are, Mayor, have you already decided or we discussed this?
We can just go through it at this point if we got hands up.
Who's on it now? Right, the Fisher and to you?
In light that former Counselor Hetherington is no longer here, to make a committee for Counselor Goff to sit on, I can step back from Atherley Community Center Board if it's okay with council.
Is that what you want? Okay, so the 2 will be Counselor to you and Counselor Goff.
Maybe
it's a long day.
If I may, Mr. Chair, maybe I want to point out to council so you know what your duties are when you're on these boards. Many of these boards are something we fund. As many of you know, you're elected to come to this table and work for your ratepayers. Part of our job is to decide the level of service that our folks want. And then, of course, we have to collect the money and the taxes to do that. These are boards we finance. So when you're sent to these boards, you're not a volunteer. Volunteer if you want. I mean, I would never discourage somebody from volunteering. And you're not a worker bee. You're actually there to represent this council. And in many cases, the money that we're putting towards this board to see that it's spent in a way that this council would be happy with. So I want to point that out. I've always felt council members should be paid at least a half per diem when you're going to these meetings. I've always felt that way. I've brought that up. I don't know how many times under budget that I think you should get paid. That also clarifies the line that you are there as a paid employee of the township. You're there representing the taxpayers, not necessarily, you're not representing the board you're on, but this council. So I want you to keep that in mind when we're appointing our members to these boards who we think can best represent council at that board. There are a few exceptions. Lagoon City Parks and Waterways is different. We do not fund Lagoon City Parks and Waterways. They're their own standalone entity. They have their own fee-based fund that funds them. That's the one exception that we don't actually fund. And even boards like the Aurelia Chamber of Commerce, eventually they want a counselor there because eventually they'll have an ask to our council. That's why you're there. You're representing this council. So thank you for that moment.
Okay, the second one then is the Brecken and Beyond Committee. And who's Jenny, you said on that now, do you? Or who's on that?
Reckon.
Okay, so Counselor Goff will will be appointed there. Committee of Revision.
That one's laid out. We've met once since I've been deputy mayor. I don't think I've ever met since we've been mayor. No, I've been here 2006 is when I became deputy mayor, and I think we met once.
There's supposed to be 3 people on it, though.
There is. It's the chair of personnel, the mayor, and the deputy mayor. That is the way it's structured. Do you remember what it's usually a legal matter that we have to deal with, correct, Jen?
It does, I think it pertains to tile drains appeals, tile drainage loan appeals, when they determine allotment of what the contribution that the person benefits from the drain.
Met once in Hallway.
Next is the Economic Development Committee. Counselor Fisher, you sit on that now, and there's only one person for that. Okay,
Yeah,
so can we, it says one on the notes.
It's one counselor plus the mayor, and I'm sending the deputy mayor as my designee because I just had too many conflicts, couldn't make the meetings. So it's one counselor, which is Counselor Fisher is on it now, and I was sending the deputy mayor because of my conflicts.
Great. Okay. Next is the Emergency Management Planning Committee. So that's already laid out there.
Yeah,
Yep,
that's the
Clark.
mayor
Okay,
and the
perfect.
chair of protective services.
Lagoon City Parks and Waterway Commission. There's 2 people. It's usually Counselor Bell and the deputy mayor. So there's there. Longford Community Center Board of Management. Right now it's Counselor Tuyu and myself. So that will continue soon. The Ramara Public Library Board. We can have up to 4 people. If you put up your hand, if you're currently on it.
Sorry, I'm sometimes on the meeting for Soldier Memorial Hospital. So there's usually 4 meetings. I am not able
And
to.
who's on that board with you?
Sherry, or sorry, Council.
And there's only 2 of you on there, and which is fine.
I am recommending removing Counselor Bell. For the reasons I stated earlier, I do not believe she represents this council when she's on these boards. It
Okay.
has come back to me. She speaks very poorly of this council in many public settings. So I do not feel comfortable putting her on boards when I don't feel she can represent this council.
Is there a replacement for Council Barrel that we would like to, or do we just want to proceed with one person on the, we have to, sorry, let me just read this again. Yeah, one person is acceptable. So. No, okay. Oh, sorry, Councilor Goff.
Maybe we could just make sure that one of us are there and there was always representation.
Okay, so there's 2. The Ramara Trails Committee, right now that is myself and Counselor to you, but it says 1 here. Is that okay that we have 2? It's okay. We're let's figure that out later, but we'll continue with the same. The next is the Udney Community Center Board. Counselor Goff and Counselor Bell. Is the 2 of you on it now? Sorry, Fisher.
Currently, I'm on it and former Councillor Heathington was. But I know that Councillor Goff has sat on that board before and he does live in the area, so.
So we going with 1 or 2 here?
2.
2. Who's the second one then? Oh, okay, fine. Okay, sorry. I thought you were saying you want to come off it. Okay. That's the Wards Committee.
I don't think there was.
Okay, Deputy Mayor. Great. Next. Ramara Youth Action Committee, 1 person.
I think, am I on that as well, but we haven't met.
Okay, great. The Ramara Chamber of Commerce.
That was Councillor Bell that was sitting before, but I currently sit on the Aurelia Chamber. So I don't know if that's appropriate for me to sit on both.
Sorry, both of you? Okay, so Fisher will not be going on it. Perfect. All right. So it's Deputy Mayor. The Aurelia Chambers of Commerce. So that's Councillor Fisher. Lake Simcoe.
If I may, do they send a representative to our chamber, the Aurelia Chamber? I think they used to.
I believe they used to,
Well, it used to be the CDC. I know we used to have a member on it, but we just stole her away to.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't been in any of the Ramara Chamber meetings.
Like, I'm just wondering, is there a benefit if our chamber member here is also on the Aurelia one?
I think it should be the same person.
Yeah,
I'm
like
sorry,
I'm wondering if
Deputy Mayor.
if Deputy Mayor is fine with it, if Councillor Fisher does both chambers, like, or, because I think it would be a better liaison between the two chambers.
That's fine. See, I'm actually a member of the Aurelia, so it doesn't.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I can do.
Are you fine with trying to do them both? All right. Just keep an eye on your workloads as that's why I say I've always agreed with that.
Okay. Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority.
That is Councillor Bell's position, but
You would like to apply for it?
Yeah.
How do we do that? If there's two people, what do we do?
They should each have a speech. We'll vote.
So is that what you,
Is that what we normally do if they have two interested members? Yeah. Yeah.
so we preferred then? Or we?
No.
Defer to the end, we'll fix.
Okay. The next is Ontario Lake Country.
don't do that anymore.
Doesn't even do it. Yeah. Quarry Committee, who's on it now? I understand, you're on it now. Would you like to stay on it? Because I know Councillor Two is also interested.
Yeah, and actually, so the quarry committee right now is just with the quarry over here at Miller's, but I'm working right now. Have discussions open with the quarries that are all around me. I have 9 within a kilometer of me. I don't know if you remember that. And so having discussions with those quarries as well. They also are looking at doing similar sort of things. And I meet with them regularly anyways to talk about things, just to make it a little bit more formal. So
Councillor Two.
I had thought it would be a good fit for me to be on that committee because I'd only recently discovered that I was selected to be on the Fowler Community Liaison Committee. So I thought that in the spirit of, what I've learned in my time before council with Ramara Legacy Alliance and my knowledge of policy and legislation on, whether it's a provincial policy statement or the Aggregate Resources Act, that I would certainly bring something to the table.
So the clerk, can we have 2 on there?
Yeah.
Would you two be fine with that?
Is it in our township, this quarry?
No.
I thought it was for Dufferin or what? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's not a committee of council. It's there. So I guess we would have to check with their terms of reference if it would be okay that we sent 2 representatives from Ramara.
I'm sure that they would be grateful to have 2 representatives from the township.
Oh,
Probably
I'm
one was
certain.
one was a minimum, I would assume.
Yeah, I'm certain as well, but I just don't want to assume because that leads to not good things.
All right. I think it would benefit if Councillor Two, you knew what was going on the other ones, and I think would benefit yourself if Councillor Two, you kept you updated what's going on with the Fowler situation. But I'll so we're going to request for 2.
Yes, we'll appoint 2.
Okay.
That allows for a spare in the event that one cannot make it.
Okay, great. The Kuching OPP Detachment Board, I'm currently sitting on it. So
That's correct, Your Worship.
Yep.
no, we have not met. We've had a 3-day training session, but we have not had any meetings because they're trying to iron out some insurance issues with all of the detachment boards.
If I may, Your Worship, Councillor Snush's appointment was for the end of his term of council.
Yes.
Okay, so the next one then is the Joint Accessibility Advisory Committee. And Counselor T, you sit on that now? And you're continue to sit on it? Anybody else want to challenge Counselor T on it?
No, I won't challenge, but I didn't know if it was within the terms, again, because that's a joint one. If there was a point, yeah, I know that there's only one, but if there was a point, if there was a meeting that perhaps she didn't have a conflict, because I'm also somebody that fits the qualifications to sit on that board as representative, that I could be sent as an alternate.
Through your chair, there is a council member for each municipality and one public member for each municipality as well.
No, yes, I understand that. But if, say, a meeting was scheduled on the same day that her son was graduating and wasn't able to make a meeting.
No, I don't believe we can send alternates to this one.
At this point, no, what we can do is we can put it on the next joint accessibility agenda for discussion.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
And the last one, oh, it's already been appointed. So is that?
Do we
Goose
still need a
Management
goose?
Program.
The Goose Management Committee was an ad hoc committee. Shouldn't it be dissolved? We now have a contractor and it's part of the roads department. How is it not?
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. I believe the language in that committee is it sunsets in November. I believe Mr. Kavanaugh can confirm, but it is sunsetting this fall. So I don't know about going forward for the balance of the term of council. If it's going to be a sunsetted committee, there's a necessity to appoint.
Dissolve it now.
Yeah, it's November 7th, 2024. It's supposed to dissolve. I think the intent was to run it similar to the mosquito program. It'd just be run internally through staff.
Correct. And we hire a contractor now. The program is up and running. We still get complaints from the same folks that don't like the program, just like every year we'll get some complaints about the mosquito program, but it's now it's a contractor handling it. Any questions should either be directed to would it be the infrastructure department or the contractor directly?
No, to infrastructure itself, and then we'd be the liaison to the contract.
Yeah, our call a complaint is where
Yep.
they would lodge
Yep.
their complaints because it's now a
Yeah.
township program. Just move, we dissolve it.
All in favor, dissolving it? Agreed. That's the end of the appointment. So now is there any unfinished or new business? Oh, sorry.
Pardon me, Mr. Mayor, you were going to say something.
Yeah, we
Apologize.
forgot to go back to the
Conservation
Conservation Authority.
Yep, now we get to watch the brawl in the front here for the Conservation Authority.
Okay, so as you guys know, just over a year ago, I had requested that we formulate a climate action committee, given my stance on environmental sustainability and conservation, which I feel I could equally represent, whether it's on the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority Board or in this climate action committee. My request is that if we get this committee up and running with the terms of reference, I'd love to be able to be on that committee, and then Councillor Goff would be able to, because I know you've been on that board before and know the lay of the land. So what do you think?
So I would move, Mr. Chair, that we form that committee. We were hoping to do a joint with Aurelia, but I haven't heard anything back. Why don't we just get ours going? If we can't get members, then we could reach out to Severn and have a joint committee, and then, it'd be nice if it was one, Aurelia, Severn, we had a partnership on it because we're all so close. But we'll start with our own, see how it makes out. And then if we're having trouble getting members, then reach out to Rama. Maybe I think we should have a member of Rama on that committee in the terms of reference. So I guess a separate motion, I would move that we go ahead and get the terms of reference for that committee, including a member of the Rama First Nations.
Okay, I'll second that.
Chair.
Oh. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Goff. Okay. All in favor? Passed. Okay, now we've finished all the. All in favor of Councillor Goff representing us on the Lake Simcoe Regional Conservation Authority? Passed. Appointments, and is there any unfinished or new business? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Two points. One, for clarification, through you to the mayor, based on an earlier comment. And the other direction for me as I continue to work through things in the township. The first point, Mr. Chairman, is the allocation of the half day per diem going forward. I did speak to the clerk. Was it the intent through you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor, that going forward on these new appointments, that would come into place? Certainly it was going to be included in the 25-26 budget cycle, but I just was looking for clarification on your intent, Mr. Mayor, on that first point.
Yes, I think it should be. I've always felt that way. The counselors should get paid. You know, I'm not on any committee, so it doesn't benefit me. The one I'm on, we meet once every 15 years. But no, I feel you should get paid. This is time away from your families. This is time over and above coming to the council chambers and doing your regular. And I know Simcoe County, absolutely. If I even send somebody to speak on my behalf as warden, then they get the per diem while they're there representing me. Then my pay is locked in. I don't get.
Mr. Chair.
Sorry, is that you want to comment?
I was going to say something, Mr. Chair, but I'll yield to you.
No, go ahead.
So Mr. Chair, the treasurer is on vacation. I would hope that perhaps a week or so after she's back. I'm not certain. It won't be for the 22nd, but perhaps the August meeting, that we could have a quick information report for council on what the impact would be. I know what the direction or the desire is from council, but Ms. Higgins could prepare just a quick information report.
Yeah,
so
or
council would
we're going to be in August soon. We just wait for the 25.
Good
Oh,
point.
sorry.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Brittany. You want to speak?
Hi, yeah, I just wanted to mention that I believe that most of these committees, you guys are paid if you put it on your, if you submit it.
Yeah, but we don't submit it because we didn't know.
Oh, okay. If you look at the salaries and honorariums bylaw, they're all listed in that bylaw. So when you attend those meetings, you can submit to be paid.
You get mileage. I believe all you were getting mileage, not
Not a per diem. You get your mileage, not the per diem. Or unless it's out of the township. So the one that you're on the Aurelia chamber, you would get the half per diem.
So, Mr. Chairman, I do believe it would be helpful for council to have a quick information report before you, one, to follow up on Brittany's comments, and two, to allow Menal an opportunity to provide that information for council. And it would be before you in August. Just from an information perspective.
Anything else?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
There was.
I guess the mayor wants to move that first.
Okay.
So we're just going to wait until on the report. Councillor Goff, seconder, all in favor? Passed.
So a second piece, Mr. Chairman, just for clarification or direction for me, members of council, Mr. Mayor, you're aware that I'm coming back on the 22nd with some thoughts. One, primarily about the search for your new chief administrative officer, an opportunity to provide some comment in closed regarding some staffing focus. And three, I'd just like to know if there's an appetite through the latter part of your mandate to look at the committee structure that coming out of the next election, that perhaps there's a consolidation or alignment with some of the committees. There's quite a few from a representation perspective. I don't know if there would be a desire to have a note from staff. Happy to work on that as we go through my transition here. That could be food for discussion with your next chief administrative officer and with council about committee structure.
Councillor Fisher.
Yeah, just echo what the mayor said. Absolutely, because looking through the different terms of references, there were different guidelines even for very like committees and boards. So I think that that would be very, very beneficial. Do you need a motion?
No, Mr. Chairman, I would take that as direction, but it would not be before you until most likely your meeting in September, I would think, an opportunity not only for some discussion with each member of council, but obviously with my colleagues from a staff perspective.
Okay.
As direction, Mr. Chair.
Okay, is there any other unfinished or new business? Back, oh. Councillor Goff, go ahead.
I was just gonna ask if there's any sort of update as to our new CAO recruitment in the process. Have you made any progression? Not that I want to get rid of you, Robin. I think you're great, but
through you, Mr. Chairman, I understand your point, Councillor. I've received comments like that before. Some more pointed, sir. The process that I laid out with council was a closed session update on the mandate, clarification of the mandate that is happening on the 22nd. In a note that was distributed a few weeks ago, there was an expectation that the search would commence before, just after the civic holiday, an opportunity in conjunction with committee members to be able to then go through a screened set of candidates, most likely before, after Labor Day, be before council with some finalists, anticipating the end of September. High level, certainly providing more detail in closed regarding criteria on the 22nd.
thank you very much.
All right, back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Culture and Recreation, Deputy Mayor.
We have no items on the agenda this week. Any unfinished or new business? Nothing. I'll pass it back to you, Mayor.
Thank you. Protective Services, Councillor Bell did have to leave. Is there any new or unfinished business? Councillor Goff.
Yeah, I believe this goes here. Last week, the dry hydrant went into Bayshore Village and it was done by, I guess, under the fire department's supervision and mandate. But since that time, one of the hydro lines going to half the arena is now not working, and it was working prior to. I know I've had a discussion with Chief Stong, making him aware of it, but I just wanted to make sure that everybody was aware of it and we can make sure it gets looked after. If
Okay,
it was our fault.
figure we hit a primary or something when they were
It's
digging it.
a secondary wire, I think.
Secondary, all right, so we will make a note of that. All right, any other? Yes, Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, it's kind of just like a little bit of an update, shout out to staff, but also maybe a friendly reminder to our residents as they're our seasonal residents, especially as they're coming back up to Ramara for the summer. Just reminding that our report of concern tool does work. I had a number of residents reach out with a concern with the property that had sold through tax sale recently. And work had started on the property. I reached out to our building department and was told that no, there's no active open permits. So good. That means we can send it over for property standards. I sent that. Our bylaw officer, Mike, who got onto it right away, followed the letter to the law. There was a requirement by the property owners to have the property cleaned up by the end of the weekend. When I drove by on Saturday, it had not been cleaned up. So I was really apprehensive that it was going to be done. And when I drove by last night, it was spotless. So the report of concern does work. It wasn't our staff that had to go and do that. There was compliance by the property owner. And, you know, by putting in that report through the system, staff was able to get on it and get a good resolve. So just a reminder to use that report of concern tool, and also a shout out to our staff.
Thank you for bringing that up, because as I said earlier, as part of our duties, we should be trying to direct people when they call with bylaw complaints, direct them to the bylaw department. Even when we get questions, we should be directing people to where they can get their questions answered, because counselors come and go. We're supposed to get people to direct them to our website, direct them to the bylaw department, direct them to where they can get their answers. It's not your job to answer questions, but show people how they can get the answers. I mean, you wouldn't think about coming in and getting somebody a building permit. If somebody called and said they want a building permit for their garage, you would send them to the building department. Yet councillors feel obligated on bylaw complaints to deal with it themselves. No, think of it like a building permit. Direct the folks to where they need to be to get their issues dealt with. So thank you for those comments. With that, any new or unfinished business? Not seeing any. We do have to go in closed session now to deal with the one item that we moved there. So moved by Councillor Goff, second by Deputy Mayor. We go in camera at 2:20 to deal with a land matter, section 239. I'm looking at my clerk for your memory here on a property matter. Is it C? We're guessing that it's C, which is a property matter. Everybody knows why we're going in. We were discussing prior to. Good times, eh? Yeah. All right. So with that, I will turn it back to you to read the motion, sir, because it was on here. There it is. You got me. We were chairing that one.
Yep, for sure. The recommendation that we receive report ID 2024 and that we agree in principle to enter into an exclusive lease agreement with Marina Del Rey for use of the unopened road allowance at the end of Bayview Avenue. And staff proceed as directed.
Proceed as directed would work on that, what we discussed in camera. Yeah.
Okay, all in favor?
Mover second.
Oh, mover and seconder. Counselor Goff, Counselor Fisher, all in favor?
Yeah.
All right, it's carried. Back to you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. With that, it was a long meeting. I was wondering if we were going to be here for dinner as well, but it was a really heavy agenda. Nice job, folks. So enjoy the rest of the day. Look for motion to adjourn. Counselor Goff, second by Counselor Fisher. All in favor, that is carried.